Jason, just a couple times during the meeting, I just need to say, as a reminder, this meeting of council is brought to you with 10 compliments of Matt. So,
They lost opportunity.
yeah.
You gotta grab the opportunity when you can.
I don't want to be on camera. I'm directly. It's literally.
Can anyone on the call hear us?
That's a good sign.
Is anyone on the call?
Yes, there are a couple people.
Is the microphone working?
Yes, I can see it.
Unmuted on my end as well.
Okay, someone just spoke and we didn't hear it, so this must be a problem.
That's a protection so we can still go to the bar afterwards because
Yeah, I'm like, girl, you're not gonna do homework after this. I was expecting you to come smoke my with
Why did you pick me?
6 p.m. I love you.
Yeah, it literally because you're out there.
We don't have big plans on Sundays.
No.
You're definitely not gonna do that. I'm like, you might as well just
No, I was literally like, oh, I've been sick all before. And I was like, oh,
I'm like, sorry.
The board against legal.
like,
No, I don't work with them.
Legal advice.
I can just tell them that you're
We're not lawyers. We don't choose legal advice.
you're allowed to leave as of the finish time. If you
But the finish time is 11:59.
No, I know. I'm saying like if I want
That was a wise choice.
It actually was partly
We'll have like
not.
recesses. Okay. I'm assuming we're gonna do longer recesses since we're not in the SLC.
Yeah.
So that we can actually walk over against it.
I can't use you guys. I already have a friend that's your exercise for today. Your exercise for today.
Yeah.
In my function, what I saw and
Plain old families. Oh,
They don't have to say cowboy.
okay, where's the happy guy with the cowboy?
No, just look at the cowboys.
I sent to his book.
No way. Okay, they can hear us.
Yeah, we tried to do it.
The question is, can we hear that?
What?
Yeah, we're not here now.
So what's your?
Yeah, that was.
You want me to come check your speaker?
No, I don't see.
My speaker output is going.
I don't like it.
Settings and it might change the hearing.
No, it's not yeehaw.
Which is weird. Like I've never had
It's the
it.
cowboy guy.
We always say yeehaw, not
No, like I hear them periodically the same, like the thing showing up that someone's saying. Yeah.
Oh, what the heck?
Good.
Yeah. It's
Speaker is going to.
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone's listening to this.
Yeah, that's
Let's go headphones.
or Excel squared.
Like, oh, it's still not
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. How would I go there?
So this is.
Justin Trudeau was here.
Like on the three dots.
It was just that.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
It looks fine. We just see.
Bitch, I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, but if you click speaker, does it say out? Does it give the output option?
Yeah, it was just set up.
Oh, yeah. How did you do
Oh, here's something.
Can someone say something?
Well, we're not gonna
Can
hear.
someone let in more people?
Okay.
Oh yay, we heard you.
Yes. Can the people on the call hear us?
Who's that?
This is the room PC.
Can the people of the God hear
I
us?
don't like the
I can.
And the only person who looks waiting to come in is Abigail, and I keep trying to click admit and she isn't getting admitted, so I don't know what's up with that.
No admittance.
They keep saying admit failed.
Do we
Because we put
do we have a lot of people on the call?
May not pass.
Do we have a lot of people on the call or no?
2 plus 1 that's stuck in the lobby. I keep clicking admit.
Is that you trying?
What?
Who is it? Abigail?
Yeah.
Trying to join by phone or by computer?
I don't know her name's appearing, so I guess by phone.
You mean by Teams?
Yeah. Well, no, but
It doesn't matter if the name says admitting, like, it's, I think it's a call issue
I hope you said that.
on their end, not on our.
yeah, I agree.
Jason, don't worry about her. I'm going to go onto the call and try admitting her.
Okay, well, I've done also.
It is on their end.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Can anyone message her?
Wait, there's an Angela on the phone. Is Angela actually? Is there an Angela?
Angela's Caitlin.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. So just give me about 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick check of the people that I don't have marked as here. Is Shelby here? Is Tasia here? Is Shaza here? Abigail is stuck trying to connect. Is not here. Is Brendan here? No. Is Navya here? Is Rana here? Is June here? Okay, is anyone from architecture here? Or from optometry, or from Sophis, or from GBDA, or from Renison? No? Okay. We have 20 votes present, which is quorum. Yay. Sorry for everyone that had to wait because of our technical issues. It's always a challenge, especially when we don't get our preferred route. So I'm now going to start the meeting at 12:53. And I would just like to welcome all the at-large members that have shown up today. We really like having you here. Just so you know, you are all welcome to participate in the discussion. So if you have something you want to say, you can just raise your hand as a way to indicate. And when it comes time for you to speak, we might ask you to come close to the front so that people who are calling into the meeting can hear you. Yes, so. Okay, so we will go into our first motion. First of all, there's just a quick motion. Be it resolved, the council employee Benjamin Eastman is recording secretary pro tempore for this meeting, just as our normal secretaries aren't here. Can I have a seconder for this motion?
I suggested this be withdrawn because I don't think it's necessary.
He is actually the speaker.
Actually, yeah, now that Edward's not here at all, it actually isn't necessary, you're right. Okay, I will withdraw that. Okay, so now I'm going to read the territorial acknowledgement. University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. University of Waterloo is situated on the Haldimand Tract, land promised to the Six Nations, which includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. Okay, so we're now proceeding to the special item, and I will scroll down. Of elections of officers, since our previous speaker, Catherine Arnold, has resigned. So this is just confirming my succession to that position. So be it resolved that council confirmed Jason Small, Deputy Speaker at time of Speaker's resignation, to succeed as Speaker for the remaining current governing year. Can I have a mover for this motion?
Point of order. I think this motion is out of order
Why?
because the deputy speaker would become the speaker permanently in the case of a casual vacancy.
There is enough ambiguities that I'm doing this just to clear all my boxes.
Can I overrule the speaker?
Can we just go through the motion quickly? It'll be easier. Can I have a mover for this motion?
move it.
Okay, Michael, can I have a seconder? You'll be, okay, yes, Victoria? Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Yes, John?
I believe this deputy speaker becomes the speaker permanently once there is a casual vacancy. Sorry, in the case of a casual vacancy, since this was a formal resignation, it's not casual.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I will, oh, sorry, yes, Matt?
I just wanted to note that I think an election would probably be the right way to go about it, seeing as we're going to have other elections anyway, so people are going to be considering this. And I think that there were other candidates in the original election who ran for speaker who might want the chance to do so again.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just like to second that. And adding to it that casual vacation should be like more defined in the bylaws, because when you Google it, you don't see what casual vacancy means by the law officials.
I fully agree with that sentiment. Yes, Senator?
Yeah, I would echo that. I support an election, a fresh election for the role of speaker, and from there make a decision as to the other offices, seeing as we held one for the original speaker.
Okay, I'll remind people that by voting against this motion, you will be getting a fresh election. So if that's your opinion, the action is to vote against this motion. If I see no further debate, I will bring it to a vote. I will be counting separately for and against it. So all in favor of the motion? All opposed? Okay, motion fails. Anyone want to vote noted?
I would like an abstention noted, please.
Okay. Okay, Michael, do you care if you go up or I stay up during the election process?
You go ahead and keep doing it.
Okay, sure.
Deputy Speaker.
Okay, so fails. So as such, we are now proceeding to an election for speaker position as this motion fails. So the motion is be it resolved the council elect blank as speaker for the remainder of the current governing year. I don't think I actually need mover or seconder. Since it's, yeah, okay. So in that case, I will just open the floor to nominations. Seneca?
I would nominate Michael Loshman. He ran the first time, and did fairly well, and was the Assembly's second choice candidate for the
Okay. John?
I'll nominate Jason Small.
Okay. Actually, I forgot to ask, Michael, do you accept your nomination?
I accept.
Okay, and I accept. Is there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none, we will proceed to statements. Michael, you can go first.
Hi everyone. For those of you who didn't hear my speech the first time around, I believe that the speaker role should reside with the office of the president. The president should be the presiding officer of council. I have a lot of experience in this area. I was the speaker for the Engineering Society Council in the fall 2018 term. And I was also I'm the vice chair of the board, and I was chairing the board meetings for this for the past term while our board chair was not present.
Thank you. As my statement, I will say that in my personal opinion, I think with no mention of Michael specifically, I think that having the executive be the speaker infringes on the independence of council. I think it's best to have someone, also as a matter of workload, like I think the executives all have a busy workload, so I think having someone else serve as speaker allows the executives to properly focus on their duties while ensuring that the running of council doesn't get neglected. So I actually have no issue with Michael specifically, but I think it is better if someone who is not the president be speaker. Thank you. Yes, Seneca?
I'll just remind the Assembly that last year the members changed our bylaws so that the president was the presiding officer of council. So that way the executives and council had a unified approach to the way we operated, that there shouldn't be a difference in opinion between what the president believes and what the Assembly believes. If the Assembly has an opinion, that should be the opinion of the president. So that was reflected in our bylaws last year, and I would encourage the Assembly to consider that.
Okay, does anyone else have any further comments they want to make? Yes, Matthew?
I just want to mention, I know that I scrutineered the last one. I'm happy to scrutineer again, or
Yeah, please
enough
do,
benefit.
thanks.
So if you'd like to let the people on the line know that they can email their votes to VPED.
Yeah, people on the call, please send your ballot by email to vped@wusa.ca, yeah?
And there shouldn't be any need to rank them unless you feel very strongly about it.
Yes, since there is only 2 candidates.
Yes. Is there any counselor in the room who did not receive a ballot? Okay. Do you have special requests for the ballots?
No, single poll. And if anybody would like to collect them, I can get this done faster.
Just raise your hand when you're finished.
So if you just want to repeat my email address to the line.
And I'm also typing it in the call chat. It is vped@wusa.ca. I'm going to suggest that we give about 90 seconds for the people on the call to email their
That
ballots.
sounds good. No, it's not good.
I'm on my way. Anyone else?
Don't
I
want
missed?
to especially because this is a fresh start over here. Let's finish this council meeting if I can roll. 30,000 ballots.
Guess you are sitting there.
That's a really good voter turnout for us.
Did I get everyone's ballot? Is there any counselor whose ballot did not collect? Okay?
Is that?
Max, you've got all the ballots.
If you don't, it's fine. I just want to know.
Can the microphone be moved from whoever's talking about coffee?
Coffee is amazing.
And also one closer to Jason would be great.
Well, we only have one mic, so. Is this
Well,
better?
If we could move, like flatten the higher.
Slightly?
Just so the sound doesn't get blocked out. And then everyone, when you're speaking, make sure you speak up.
Or go to the front of the room.
Michael, you should be getting 3 online votes. I mean, Matt,
Thank you.
sorry.
I've gotten
It's okay.
one from Abigail, and that so far is it.
Angela and Shanur, please submit your ballots to vped@wusa.ca as soon as you can.
Also, if I could note to members of council, if you could say your name before you say anything, just so I can, like, I'm not familiar with all of you folks, so it'll help me when I'm taking down notes of your remarks.
Still only received Abigail's vote.
Okay, Shanur and Angela, are you intending on submitting a ballot?
I just did.
Thank you.
That was Angela.
Yep. I got that one.
You can start counting.
I have.
Okay, good. Just want to keep things in motion.
And Shanur submitting.
Shanur, are you about to submit a ballot?
Alright.
Shanur, I'm giving you.
Yes. Sorry, my phone's glitching, so it's not letting me. Can I just abstain right now?
Can you? Okay. Okay.
Alright, I can report with or without the vote count, which would you prefer?
Please with.
Okay, so by a count of 13 to 7, Michael was elected speaker.
Congratulations, Michael. Yeah.
Sorry, what was the vote count?
13 to 7, with 1 abstention.
You start right now?
Yep. That's how it works.
Better roll musical chairs.
Since you're moving, would you mind looking at my charger?
I move to serve the members of council. All executive members of council. Oh, you also want to hand it back to you?
Yeah.
It's gonna cost you extra. This is the shipping and handling fee.
I think Matthew will address.
Yes, Vice President Melling.
I move that we,
I have a motion to destroy the ballots, seconded by Councillor Hunt.
You put the vote counting in this, right, Ben? Yes. Okay.
Is there any discussion on this item?
I would like to,
Yes, Matthew?
I'd like to amend the motion to also include destruction of the ballots. People like.
Seneca and John just motion for the destruction of ballots.
Oh, and to fill the name Michael Bushman into the.
Okay.
Oh.
Is that a friendly amendment to the Assembly? Seeing no no's, so the motion on the table is to amend to include Michael Boschman as speaker in the blank and to destroy the ballots. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those opposed? And any abstentions?
I notably abstain.
Okay. I would also like to notably abstain. So, with 2 abstentions, the motion carries unanimously. And we move on to the approval of the agenda. Be it resolved that the council approve the agenda as presented, and I'm going to assume this motion unless anyone has any problems. Okay, so the motion is in force. Any changes here to will require a 2/3 vote. Approval of the minutes. Be it resolved that council approves the minutes of the July 14, 2019 meeting as presented in Appendix G. Did everyone get a chance to read the minutes? Does anybody have any
I
corrections they
have
would like to
some
make?
things I'd like to say.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Speaker Small.
Okay, first of all, I received a comment from Connor Plant, Chair of the Board, saying, I do not support the approval of the minutes as they are currently written, and I find this section in the Chair's report to be both illogical and an inaccurate reflection of what I reported on at that meeting. And then, because and I asked Connor, and Connor ultimately provided a correction for that section, and I also received a request for correction from John Hunt for something he said, and I also discovered this slight error of what I put in terms of attendance. So I actually made a total of 3 revisions, and I'm now moving that we approve of those 3 minor revisions.
Okay, did you send this out to council beforehand?
No.
Yes, Director Hunt, after
Yeah.
Vice President Garrett.
If you want to scroll through, it's the second highlight and include that changed.
Yes, in my report, there were references to IEP, whereas it should be IAP.
Okay. Capture that. The references to IEP when it should be IAP. And Councilor Hunt.
I would say that these minutes don't seem up to the normal quality, and I would support sending them back to be redone completely and approved at a later date.
Is that a motion?
Sure.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, seconded by Vice President Velling and moved by Councilor Hunt. We have a motion that requests that the minutes be sent back to the Secretary for reformatting and fixing to be submitted for approval at the October meeting. So that would be a motion.
Sure.
Yeah, or motion to refer back to the Secretary. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay.
Could I have that briefly repeated? I was walking through the
Okay. Councilor Hunt and Vice President Velling motioned to refer the minutes back to the Secretary for major corrections and formatting. Thank you. Seeing no other commentary, we're going to move to a vote. Can I hear all those opposed to referring the minutes back to the Secretary? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries unanimously. Items for adoption by consent. So first, 3.1, student refugee program fee increase. This item has been included in the consent agenda because it's a procedurally required ratification of a fee increase that Council has already indicated its support for through its August 17, 2019 recommendation to the Board of Directors. This came back from the Board of Directors by procedural requirements. So be it resolved that Council ratify the increase for the Student Refugee Program SRP fee from $1.03 to $4.95 per academic term, approved by the Board in accordance with recommendations of the Students' Council in the SRP plan at the 17 August 2019 regular meeting. Submitted by Seneca Belling. Can I get a seconder? Or can I take it as a mover? Sure. And a seconder? Councilor Hunt, would you either of you like to speak to this item?
It's consent agenda, there's no debate.
All the consent agenda items are taken on last.
Sure.
Unless anyone wants it off consent.
If council wants to debate, then we'll move.
Okay. Is there any reason that somebody believes that these items require debate, or this item requires debate? Okay. Then we approve consent, or just?
You still vote in
Yeah.
favor.
Can I hear all those in favor of the consent agenda? Any opposed or abstaining? Okay, carries unanimously. Reports, executive reports. One, Michael Bushman. So everyone should have had a chance to read my report to council. There are a couple things that I would like to also speak about. One is that there's a global climate strike happening on 27th September, and all councilors are invited to attend. To my knowledge, it's happening in the Uptown Square in Waterloo. And I will personally be heading there after a meeting that the execs have. The Ontario Universities Fair is happening September 27th to 29th, and Amanda and I will be going and representing the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. There's an Accenture Reddit study that was done pro bono for the university that tracks mental health outcomes against Reddit posts and threads over the past 5 to 10 years. Data from that, I think, is also going to be coming out on the 27th of September, and I will report back to council when I hear more from that. I figured you guys would be interested in that. I have approached at least one society so far about handing out some of the Student Association handbooks that we have at the turnkey desk. I want to get these out to the societies as well so that people don't have to come all the way to the SLC to get them. The boxes are heavy, and so far I've only gotten one to arts, and that's because the arts president is amazing. Thank you. The society's MOU is coming back to me tomorrow night. I was expecting it mid last week from legal counsel, but I will be in touch with the committee of presidents once I have an update so that everyone can take it back to their respective societies and review it. The Fieldhouse opening and the presidential barbecue is happening this Tuesday, I think. And everyone is welcome. If you haven't been inside the Fieldhouse, I encourage you to do so. It's part of CIF, so if you go all the way to the end along the west, it's beautiful inside. It's huge. It has 65,000 square feet of recreational space. And then after that, there will be a the President's Barbecue that we are hosting with the Office of the University President. And a couple updates from the Committee on Student Mental Health and the Wellness Collaborative. The letter from the Provost that I talked to Council about way back in May, June, that's actually coming soon. The committee has given the Provost a deadline of the end of September to release that. So once I have it in hand, I will share it with everyone. If you don't recall, it is an open letter from the Provost of the university to professors and lecturers that will ask them to take mental health training and think about mental health outcomes for their courses. And if you want more information, you can go refer back to the minutes from the meeting where I did the exposition for it. And also from COSMH, the Committee on Student Mental Health, recommendations 27 and 32 have been marked as complete by the committee, and the Undergraduate Student Association and the Graduate Student Association will be working together on recommendations 10, 12, and 25 for the next 8 months, once we get some resources allocated to that. Final thing, thank you all for hanging out with me. the Wellness Collaborative has looked at some low-hanging fruit for things that they can do now and soon to get wellness mindedness back onto campus discussion for people. So far, the list that they've created for low-hanging fruit is very staff and faculty heavy in influence. And I'd like anyone here who has any ideas to give them to me, either now or by email. Probably preferably by email so we can keep this meeting moving along. And when I'm talking about low-hanging fruit, I'm talking about for faculty and staff, they had an idea for a walking meeting challenge or email management seminars. So if there's anything similar that you think would help students out, especially during the midterm and final exam season, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on my report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the report of Vice President of Operations and Finance, Seneca Valley.
Hi, folks. I'll just let Ben adjust. Just my best. Hi, everyone. The last month has been a lot. We've run, and I'm sure Amanda will get into more details on this one, but we've run a really successful orientation that all the execs got to participate in. Welcome, we just wrapped up. And so a little stretched in here, a little bit of cold coming from that, and stretching myself a little too thin. From a human resources perspective, the stakeholder relations office role will be moving forward so that we can support the Vice President of Education's advocacy initiatives as that becomes more and more apparent as student rights are affected every day from things like we'll talk about today, from housing to provincial affairs as well, and federal affairs. And the organizational restructure will be hopefully concluding in the next month. We're working with the Staff Relations Committee at the University to finalize the approval of changes. On the Students' Rights Initiative side of things, I'm pleased to report that Finance has provided us aggregate opt-out data and individual student data on the payment of fees so that we can do policing. On the aggregate data side, that information will become public to council as part of the budget report, but for now is confidential information until the university and the GSA and the Undergrad Student Association are working on where to land for publication of that data, what information is going to be made public out of the aggregate information, and what will remain private to the university. Although we are conscious that FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests, are possible, and so there will be an effort to put out as much information as possible while not compromising the privacy of students who wish not to pay for certain fees. From a policing side of things, we rolled out a new policing mechanism for TAP verification using walk cards at Welcome Week, and it worked, I'd say, almost flawlessly. We had about 10% of students who did not participate in things because they had opted out, and as a good measure of them chose to opt back in and pay the ticket price rather than who had opted out originally. Relative to the amount of students that attended things like Carnival, we had almost 4,000 students attend the Carnival, and the check-in system with the TAP validation was almost flawless in that regard. From the Budget Committee side of things, thank you again for extending the allowed expenditure limits until the end of October. Our draft budget has been completed and submitted to the Budget Appropriations Committee, which is looking at it now. They're going to be meeting in the coming week to sketch out what the budget report's going to look like and provide council an update as timely and fashion as we can, given everything else that's going on. The Internal Funding Committee has met and approved and awarded funds to committees from the to student groups from the endowment funds. The Student Lifestyle Management Committee has not yet met, but will be meeting soon, thankfully, because we have received information from the SLC PAC expansion project team as to the number of room numbers and their areas for the upcoming expansion, so we can start to decide where things are going to go in the new building. From a business operations and fair competition standpoint, I'm working with the university's associate provost students to map out what fair competition on campus looks like, because as we know, it costs $11 to buy a $5 Subway from sandwich on campus, but if you walk to the plaza, it's $6 cheaper. So there's a good argument to be made that competition helps drive costs down for students, and we are working with the university to ensure that student C&Ds and student-run businesses are not seen as a threat to food services, but rather healthy competition that drives down costs for students and makes students better off as the bottom line. A quick update on two-ply toilet paper. I'm on the RFP review panel with the university's Plant Operations Environmental Solutions Division on all the soap and hand products and toilet paper products on campus. We have included 2-ply as part of the RFP, and I'm pleased to report that starting in winter, we will start seeing the rollout of 2-ply toilet paper, no pun intended. Well, definitely pun intended, actually. In the fall term, we will be reviewing the RFP applications, and I think we have an excellent standpoint for an RFP because, from a value perspective, because we're offering 3 campuses and tons of business. So, as another note, the SSU PAC expansion construction has been delayed. We'll actually see an update coming in Imprint's article next week, I believe, to that effect. I was interviewed about that last week, and the delays were largely due to soil conditions and weather conditions. We are continuing to make good progress, though. We have about 70 workers on site right now, so things are moving along, and I hesitate to say I'm confident that we will see the building complete in winter 2020 because people have said that for the last 2 years, but I'm confident we will see the building complete in winter 2020. I'm continuing to review the expansion of our health insurance program to include mental health support through a student assistance program. That's a work in progress, and an RFP is being reviewed currently with Campus Wellness as well as the health plan committee. The rest of the information you can probably get out of my report, but the last thing that I find very important to update council on is that where there were 2 student deaths last year on near Leicester and Sunview intersections on University, there will now be a traffic light at University of Leicester thanks to the advocacy efforts in no small part by the Vice President of Education and by student counselors like yourselves. There was good pressure from the region to install those. In addition, on the Columbia Lake Village crossing to get to the bus stop, there will now be mid-block dividers, so students only have to cross 2 lanes of traffic looking in one direction to get to the median, and then cross another 2 afterwards. So there's a stopping spot in the middle now. So that'll be a huge benefit to student safety, and in the region's mind, won't terribly disrupt the flow of traffic on a major artery. Last item I lied. September 19th is going to be the Fair Trade launch event. The whole university, including student C&Ds and other student-run businesses, has been certified as Fair Trade. There'll be free food, and there'll be lunch for a toonie if you come on out too, a free food sampling. If you're interested, it'll be on the Arts Quad, and the rain day plans to go to the STC atrium. So if you want, come on out, grab some free food. Some of us will be giving a speech. That's about it.
Thank you, Vice President Bell. Does anybody have any questions or commentary for the Vice President? I'll take President Dack first.
I just had a question about your point 3, business exclusive. I was just quickly reading, it was talking about how there's going to be a new POS and accounting software, and how we want to roll it out to all societies, and we started working with society.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could speak a bit more to that, because I wasn't discussing.
Sure.
I know we can discuss but I just want to know, like, is this going to do an operating system for the office, or is it just help with operating office?
It's a combination of things. In reviewing all the efforts, it was, do we solve each little problem with its own unique Band-Aid, or do we take a step back and do like a bigger picture overhaul of the way we do POS systems, accounting systems, things like that. And so we decided that overhauling the POS will also help. The systems will actually be integrated so that you can compare sales data to opt-in data to student participation in events data, and across the board get a picture of what students in your constituencies are participating in. From the POS side of things, it'll streamline a lot of current issues faced by some societies that use older POS interfaces. And we was just putting up monetary backing to the order of about $200,000 for the support of those upgrades, as they're fairly essential to the conduct of business.
I guess just because my opinion is that arts just in a new POS system, and so we applied funding to it originally. So we
I'm
don't
sorry, can you speak up?
the art student union just put in money into a new POS system. Like we just got some new upgrades. So I was wondering, do you have an estimated time for what this is going to go?
Right now, that's being mapped out from and it may well integrate. They may not be competitive. But right now, that's being mapped out because we don't have the resources to do it all at once. So we started with MathSoft from a oldest system that's most out of date and highest student demand based on their C&D sales rates and their office participation rates. So we will be putting out more information, fielding that. I think in the first committee of presidents meeting, I've asked Michael to have the presidents bring along the Davies Finance so we can have a conversation and separate off to discuss other avenues for the year. So, yeah, my pleasure.
Councillor Hunt.
A couple questions. So one about the POS system, will that allow use of walk cards?
The hope is to. Part of the reason walk card surcharges exist is because, well, two reasons. Walk card is an ancillary, which means it is considered a cash cow for the university and is designed to make money. We've had discussions with the university about trying to move it to a service model where instead there would be a smaller per term fee, but it would be a lot less net impact on students because you wouldn't have to have a massive surcharge every time you want to use your walk card. And it would allow walk card to extend its off-campus vendor network. That's a conversation that's in progress, so I can't guarantee that because that really relies on the university to be willing to play ball on that one. The second reason there's a walk card surcharge, at least on the hospitality side of things with C&Ds and with iNews, for instance, is because food services, as part of their agreement with walk card, requires that walk card charge us a surcharge so that it makes the prices more equivalent. So it's kind of an unfair market, which is part of why I've approached the associate provost about a fair competition, fair business practice agreement at the university, because right now we're between a rock and a hard place with it.
And the second thing that I'd like to say is to just express disappointment in the continued delays of the SLC path expansion. I say continued delays.
It's noted. I'm sorry. We can't control the weather and can't control construction timelines. A lot of it at the time, original delays were because of on-field solvency matters. That's public information now, and we're trying to make sure the project moves along as quickly as possible. I think that sentiment you just expressed is fair between students, staff, and faculty at the university because even from the administration end, nobody likes the delays. The fact that the field house, and yes, it's just a giant box, was built in a third the time of the SLC pack is really frustrating. So we're continuing to monitor it. I hope that it opens in winter 2020. It was originally promised to open in the fall. The food court should be opening in the fall term, so there'll be an expanded dining space. That much I have been made aware is on schedule and on track, so I continue to put pressure on the university about that one, but for now, at the very least, students aren't paying for the project currently. It'll be paid once it's completed, so if you don't benefit from the project, you won't be paying any fees for it, at the very least.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? President Jack, and then, are you a counselor? Okay, I'll get to you.
Just a quick question. When you're looking into this new system, are you taking into concern that some societies are captured?
Yes, and we are looking into doing upgrades so you don't have to be if you don't want to, but yes, if you want to remain on the news. You're welcome.
And so can I get your name?
I'd like to.
Okay, you're being sponsored by Vice President Garrett's. Can I get your name for the minutes?
Nelson Irvine.
Thank you.
Just a question about what the situation is with the former location of college.
Good question. So that isn't in my report right now, in part because I'm working on a more comprehensive report for it. That's council has required me to bring to students and council by the end of September. So I intend to send it out to the analysts by the end of September. Hopefully put out a press release and an article on the local news and updates page on the news website soon. The current plan is to have basically present council 4 options. One of which is the preferred business direction. We had more than 3,200 students participate in an online survey for the bomber and had a series of consultations for the winter term and focus groups over the spring term. We will hold more of those once a business direction is fleshed out to do some market analysis and say, okay, now that we have a business concept in mind, how do you flesh it out? How do students want us to flesh it out the best way we can? And what's a place where you'd want to patron and spend time and enjoy the events? And both a study space and a recreational space as well as the commercial space. So the 4 general options that I'll be presenting to council are to the effect of status quo, in which case there needs to be a serious conversation or potentially even a referendum as to whether or not students are willing to pay a fee to operate the bomber, because we can't continue with optional fees now. We just don't have the cash flow to allow for $350,000 in chronic losses at an accelerating rate. The second option is preferred business direction with renovations, where the renovations are covered as a building fee, and we ask students if they're willing to pay for that. The third option is we franchise the space, and they're franchised and run by the student as a student business for students. We have control of the pricing, menu, and options and culture, but ultimately it's still a franchise, so there's some accountability to a foreign entity, so we lose a little bit of control. And then the fourth option is when we lease the space to something, to an external business that does hospitality and commercial. I think from the feedback we've got from the students, the 3,200 students that participated, there seems to be a real big impetus for having a new hospitality concept in the space that is student-run and student-friendly, and not just a foreign leasing, like a leasing space to external entities. But I'll be presenting those options at the next meeting, and we'll put out some publicity on that so students, community students, and attending council have that conversation.
Will this be brought up in the October meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes, it will.
Thank you, Member Navarre. Can I hear your full name for the minutes?
Canon Sherman.
Okay. So, Member Sherman, you have a question?
Yeah, I have two questions. So one of them regarding the fair.
Can you speak up, please, so we can hear you on the mic?
So one of them is regarding the fair competition. If you're going to be trying to work with the provost, would that affect the agreement we have with the food services right now? Unless we know what kind of food services we sign in one SLC, like for example, campus level or something like that.
So the hope is that we move all of that stuff, including the current unilateral veto, into a separate agreement, and then we have this SLC operating agreement where students have management control over their buildings as a separate standalone agreement. Right now, the two are kind of muddled, and so those veto powers are expressed in the SLC agreement. But yes, the hope is that we separate those out into a competition and fair practices MOU, and then a separate SLC operating and management agreement.
That's another thing. But how you said, like, we don't have the resources to run longer anymore the way it was run. How is like Laurier out of basically, well, how are they running theirs successful business for them? So like, how would be a comparison to that?
So we actually did professional business consultation that included analysis over at Laurier. I can send additional information along if you're interested. And the outcome of that kind of looked at what the average patron and customer experience was, as well as what students were willing to spend there. A big portion of it, I identified that like campus cultural difference that was just fairly fundamental. Say, for instance, a lot more students on our campus wanted food and not alcohol. And so that changes the direction. If we're operating a pub, it's kind of hard to, people aren't buying alcohol, but that's where a lot of sales come from in the first place. And another, I think, for Wilson, Laurier generally, like for an individual business, they're okay, but Laurier across the board is in the red. Their budgets are online and you can take a look. And I think they're trying to figure out how they don't operate at a loss, considering student fees are now optional, portions of student fees are now optional. So I don't know that they can continue to do what they've been doing the same way, and there might be some hard business conversations from their end about what they expect from their businesses, because they can't really operate them as services anymore. So that's a conversation that I expect y'all to be having, that I'm not privy to, but I hope that provides a little bit of context for it, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Vice President Belling and Member Sharma. I'm going to ask that if any other members have questions for Vice President Belling, that they take offline and contact him at his email, vpof@wusa.ca. Next up, we have the report of the Vice President of Education, Matthew Garretts.
Just wanted to come up to the front because I recognize my seat. It's kind of awkward for a lot of you. So I just wanted to start off saying, be back in September. So my hours have been going up, so my report was a little more rushed, so my oral report here will be a little longer. And a lot of that busyness is having to do with some stuff I'm doing as VP Finance for the Ontario Undergraduate Student Association, just as Seneca has been doing a lot of budget stuff on our end over at the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance. I am responsible for that budget reporting, so I have been doing that. On that topic, the posting for delegates for the USAGA, which is happening in the beginning of November, will be posted very soon. probably this week. I will send something up to council when that happens, as we often have people from council apply, and we usually welcome that as well. I have been doing some stuff around housing, but I think that those discussions will probably come up later in the agenda, so I won't touch on them too much now. The Education Advisory Council has not yet met this term, again, just due to the fact that there's a lot on that agenda that is waiting on me to do it, and I haven't been able to get to it, so having another meeting will probably just mean me saying, oh wait, I brought you here to tell you that I haven't done the thing I said I would do. As of last week, we are now officially in an election season. Parliament has been dissolved, and the parties are out on a campaign trail for the election that will be happening October 21st. This is something that obviously means that we are going to be doing a Get Out the Vote campaign here at WUSA, but our kind of federal partners, especially those at UBC and at Western, kind of joined forces with a bunch of different student associations from across Canada to write a letter publicizing the size of the voting bloc that students represent, and students actually vote at relatively high rates compared to other people our age. So trying to focus that political power and make asks of the government. Specifically, we were asking for more funding for undergraduate research, endorsement of the UN Declaration of Rights for Indigenous Persons, Indigenous people rather, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, especially the ones that pertain to post-secondary education, an increase in funding to the post-secondary student support program, which supports Indigenous students in Canada, moving tax credits, which tend to benefit students on the higher end of the income spectrum, or from families that are making more, into upfront grants, which tend to be a little more economically progressive, favoring those with fewer means, and then eliminating tax on the federal portion of student loans, which is not as significant as the provincial portion, but is still a component. The Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance has also launched a letter writing campaign with regards to OSAP. So if you're an Ontario student, especially, we ask that you go to ousa.ca/campaign_OSAP_campaign. It's also on the WUSA on the WUSA social media, so you should be able to find a link there. Essentially what it is it's a form letter that gives you the opportunity to put in some extra details, and if you put in your postal code of either your hometown or where you're living now, we can give that to your MPP, who might be able to realize that cuts to OSAP would affect people all across this province, and not just the ridings that house universities. And the final thing that I wanted to announce is just notification that for the next general meeting for council, I'm hoping to bring a report on the Center for Academic Policy Support and some usage statistics around there, kind of a new service offering that we're providing for students to help them through petitions and grievances and appeals processes at the university. And essentially that means that we're providing that support, and I think it's valuable for council to get their eyes on those numbers and see what work we can do. As always, I welcome any questions on anything in or not in my report.
First, Councillor Town, and then we have Councillor Hunt.
Pertaining back to the federal election, will students who are living off campus be able to vote at the polling center in the SLC?
So that is an excellent question. I will give a brief update on what polling looks like for students. There is, of course, the polling that happens on campus on the 21st. For that, students will be able to vote there, provided they live within the Waterloo riding, is my understanding. So there are some boundaries on that. If you are in Kitchener, you wouldn't be able to vote here. you'd have to go to your locally assigned polling station. However, those polling stations should accommodate, the polling station on campus should accommodate anyone within the Waterloo riding. And to figure out which riding you're in, you can go to the Elections Canada website, put in your address, and it will tell you which. There are some other options. Of course, students can always use mail-in ballots if they're living out of the region, or if they are living outside of the riding in which they want to vote. They can drop by the returning office, which is a really awkward spot on kind of edge of town, so I wouldn't recommend doing that, but they can vote anytime between now and election day at their convenience, if they would like. The big thing I would like to highlight is we are hosting, and I don't have the dates memorized, so I'll have to send this out to council afterwards. The same thing we did 4 years ago, which is for a week early in October. So I think the second week, but I will get back to everyone on that. We are having what is called an external service point. External service point allows students to vote for any riding across Canada. That will be running, I think, for 5 or 6 days. And from Nova Scotia, you can vote in your home riding in Nova Scotia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, any riding across Canada. So that you have those options. And I was told that last time we ran this, we had over 5,000 students utilize that mode of voting, which was really encouraging, and we're hoping we can get that number even higher. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councilor Hunt, do you have something? And then we'll take President Winston Humphries. No, Chancellor Hunt first.
All right, Matt. Is there an update from either you or the President regarding the creation of a predictable tuition framework as outlined in the report to Council dated July 30th?
I cannot remember what I updated.
No, that was us. Several students wrote a letter. That was the math report on the tuition.
I believe at this time there was a response from the Dean of Mathematics, but I can't remember the last time I updated Council is what I'm saying. I can't remember what I said at the last time I updated Council. All right, so story time, it'll be short. Tuition fees for international students in Ontario are not regulated by the government. Domestic tuition is regulated. The province tells the universities how they can set their tuition. Not the same for international students. So, a university could raise the fee for an international program to any level they wish. The University of Waterloo, after some lobbying from international students and from then known as FEDS, the Waterloo Graduate Student Association now, put in place a predictable fee framework, which was supposed to limit the increases to tuition to 15% for first years. So between years, if the tuition was $100 in year one, it could go up to $115 for the next entering class. But after that, fees would be capped at 5% increases as people progressed through their university careers. For international co-op students in particular, as they don't progress through university at the same rate as non-co-op students do, that means that those 15% increases, which are never supposed to affect them, do end up affecting them. And this was a bit of an implementation issue, and it came to light in winter, spring term of this year as it started to happen. USA has interacted with the provost, talking about the fact that this is something that needs to be remedied. The provost has essentially pointed us back to the fact that there isn't really any other way to deal with it right now, because the Board of Governors sets the fees annually. But we've been pushing for him and his department to develop a solution so that it can be brought to the next Board of Governors meeting. We're continuing to do that. Some of the math counselors last year sent a letter to the Dean of Mathematics about this issue and did get a response. And that is kind of where I understand it to be. If you would like to ask me anything else on the same topic.
I just want to know if you had talked to them since then.
I think the most recent update, I gave an update at our last council meeting, and I think that is, don't think I've had any meetings subsequent to that.
Thank you. President, no? Okay. I'm gonna take one member question, and then we're gonna move on with our reports. Any other questions can be given to Vice President Garrett's offline. We'll take member Sharma.
So you said in your report that poster fees, there's a limit that is only increased by 15% per upcoming ballot. So how did the CS fee for this year's to get increased by such a drastic measure?
Yeah, so these are guidelines on fee increases, so they are how the Board of Governors has kind of told itself how it wants its fees to be regulated, but it does permit exceptions to those. They're not, the guidelines, they're not a hard and fast rule. With the CS increase in particular, I know that the university tended to look to the University of Toronto as a university offering comparable programs that pay much higher costs due to how they raised fees in the 90s. This wanted it to be commensurate with software engineering, and so they brought that exception to the Board of Governors, and the Board of Governors agreed to it.
Thank you. And we will now take the report of Vice President Student Life, Amanda Fitzpatrick.
Okay, I've got a pretty loud voice, so I'm assuming I don't need to move close to the microphone, but if anyone has any issues hearing me, let me know. I'm going to keep this pretty fast so that we can do lunch after I'm done speaking. So in terms of services, one of the big things that I'm trying to do this term and throughout this year is really refocusing the mission for the Glow Center, the Women's Center, Raise, and Mates, and making sure that they do more advocacy on campus and move away from doing special events, especially in a year of the Student Choice Initiative. Now that our essential services are under the health and safety category, I want to make sure that we are living up to that and doing as much events or programming and workshops and educational stuff around health and safety, so that if we are looked into by the MTCU, we are protected. So I really want to make sure that those services are working in the best interest of all students and making sure that their advocacy work is making a big impact on the university. When it comes to clubs, again, with Psy, we really have to look at what we're doing pretty much throughout all of my portfolio, because we now have to start policing things more, which is super fun. But we're trying to figure out different ways that we can support people that are using the club system, while also making sure that people have paid the fee. So that'll make sure that if you want to be an exec or a president for a club, start your own club, or be one of the first 15 members of a new club, you would have had to pay the club fee. So trying to look into how we can actually monitor that and make sure that the system is running properly. Orientation just finished up. It was really, really good. One of the biggest changes that we had for this year was that we switched over from our general Monte Carlo night to Silent Disco. Silent Disco was incredible, and a lot of people have said that it was the best orientation event that we've ever had. So that's really awesome, and I'm really excited that we're moving in this direction of just doing more things that first years really want to be involved in. Also, another big change from this year's orientation was a complete rewrite of the Single and Sexy script. So I was a part of the committee that was overseeing the rewrite, and I'm really happy with the way it turned out. I'm not sure if any of you were able to see any of the shows and you would like to give me some feedback, because we are trying to do more edits to the script for future years, because I know it's still not at the level that we would like it to be. I still found some issues with it, but there are really big improvements from past years. There's no more stimulated assault scenes, or just, there were a lot of issues with the way Single and Sexy used to be done in the past, and I think we've really revamped it in a way that makes it a lot better moving forward. And then miscellaneous wise, I've been having a lot of students coming to me with issues with sexual violence, stalking, and mental health concerns, so I'm trying to compile more resources that I can have directly in my office when students are visiting me. So if anyone would like to talk about anything like that, or give me some resources that you think would be great for me to have personally in my office, let me know. Again, just about Single and Sexy, if you've seen it, if you have any ideas for future years or any critiques about this most recent showing, please let me know. You can either talk to me during a break or after the meeting, or send me an email. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up for me. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. I have Councillor Shannon first, and then I'll take Councillor Hunt.
Is it possible to have the script for Single and Sexy sent out to the counselors so we could read it and give feedback?
That's something I'd really like to do, because for this year, I'm not sure exactly why it worked out this way, but we didn't actually get to see the script until less than a month before the show. So I really want to make sure that in this new year, we can have the script done more, sooner into the year, so that we all have a chance to review it. I'd like it to be able to go to council as well as Glow, Women's Center, and Raise, because I think those groups, having their eyes on it would really make a big improvement, so I'd really like to have the script ready so that we can send it over to council.
To clarify, are you talking about this year's script?
I was talking about this
Oh,
year's
this year's script?
Yeah, like
Oh,
I
okay.
wasn't able to see it,
Oh,
but if
okay.
I read the script, I
Yeah,
could
sure.
probably give you some.
Yeah, I can send that over.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt?
Amanda, in the 2018-2019 budget report, PAP was required to assess and review the continued need for some services, which could potentially be offloaded or should broach cost-sharing arrangements with the university. What has come of this from PAP?
So I actually have one of the services that will be up in the agenda later today. We'll be talking about the volunteer center and the possible cancellation of that service. So I am looking at the services and seeing which ones are actually completing their mandate and how they are serving students. And we are still in conversations about some of the other services with the university to see if they want to do more cost sharing.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Vice President Fitzpatrick? Seeing none, we will move on to the Board of Directors report. The Chair of the Board highlights in his written report key aspects of the board meeting. Does anybody have any questions?
I have things to say.
Deputy Speaker Small, go ahead.
So following the written report, I got forwarded by Seneca a board attendance register, which I was informed should be presented. If you can just quickly open that link. It's pretty simple. It shows directors mostly attending the meetings, but apparently this is something that was meant to be shared. And I think you could, I have another item that I'd like to move. This is coming out of the report. The following motion, be it resolved that council direct PPC to develop a corporate policy governing the corporate relationship with external political organizations with which the corporation holds membership.
Okay. Seconded by, moved by.
You can have access to this document.
Oh, that's it. So moved by Deputy Speaker Small and seconded by Vice President Velling. Would you like to motivate?
Yes, so this is coming out of the chair's report, where there was a mention of, honestly, I think I'm going to leave it to someone on the board of directors to do, so I'm just relaying the report's recommendations.
Vice President Velling?
Matt might be able to speak to it better than I can, but generally because of the gray space between membership in organizations like the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance that does lobbying to the province on things like OSAP and tuition, being a student representative, student council matter, and the corporate relationship being a board of directors fiduciary matter, the board sought to clear up the gray space a little bit by having a policy in place that devolves some of the responsibilities to streamline the process of submission for agenda items for those bodies. That's about it, although it was a little bit more broad than that because there are other areas that go into that relationship that could also be cleared up, so this is to just shine some light on how we want to do that as an organization to avoid confusion in the future.
Okay. Is there any further commentary desired on this? I'll take Vice President Garrett's and then Council Director Tam.
I have two. One that I think Seneca mentioned at our board meeting, which was it might we might want the agenda item to reflect that it could be a alteration of our current policy rather than adding a new policy. So I would like to move an amendment, just as an order statement, and give PBC a broader mandate to figure out which of those two options it wants to pursue.
I'll second that. It would just be instead of developing one, it could develop or amend an existing.
My question is, did anybody second that motion?
Yeah, it was Jason moved and Seneca seconded. And then this amendment is moved by Matthew and seconded by Seneca. Do you want to continue speaking?
And then my second proposed amendment would be to request that I be considered a voting member of PBC for the purposes of this particular set of business.
Said voting or is it?
I said voting.
Okay, can I have a seconder for, okay, Seneca seconds. Okay, Councillor Town, did you have something?
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion arising out of Connor's report to the.
In that then?
Yes.
We'll finish this one first.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any commentary, questions? Seeing none, we're going to move forward with the vote on the amendments. The amendments are in the empty bullets on your screen. Does anybody have any questions about what they're voting on? Okay, so we're going to move to a vote. Can I hear all those opposed to the amendments? All those abstaining? Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
You mean amendments?
The amendments pass unanimously. We're back on the main motion. Is there any more commentary on the main motion as amended? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to a vote again. Can I hear all those opposed to the main motion as amended? Any abstentions?
Abstain noted.
Deputy Speaker Small would like his abstention noted. The motion passes unanimously with one abstention. Councillor Town, you had another motion to present?
Yes, my apologies. I would now like to move a motion arising out of Connor's report, which is to recommend an at-large student member to the seat on the Select Committee on Executive Structure Review.
Yeah, it's not.
Thank you, Jason. So the council would recommend a member, and then that would be ratified at the board.
Okay, can I second it?
Sure, just as a procedural note though, all appointment of at-large members has to be done by council or by the committee of council that follows that. So there would be no need for ratification.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Town, seconded by Vice President Velling. We need somebody to offer themselves. Luckily, we have a large number of at-large members in the room. Member Sharma?
I'll let you know.
Member Sharma nominates himself.
I request you give a brief summary of what this role actually is for the people in the room.
Okay, Councillor Town, would you like to speak?
Sure. So, if anyone is not aware, I'm actually the chair of this committee, and the purpose of the committee for the balance of this governing year is essentially going to be identifying and reporting on issues that exist within the current executive structure. And then for the next governing year, so starting in May of 2020, a new committee would be elected that would be working on implementing recommendations from this year's committee on things we can do to fix those issues. If you have any questions, I would invite them.
Who's second? Seconded by Senator. Okay. Councillor Town?
I would like to nominate Stephanie Emo. YE-MOWE.
Are there further nominations? I'm assuming that's Stephanie.
Yes, Stephanie.
And I'm assuming that Stephanie is accepted?
Yes.
And will there be a statement to be read out?
Yes.
Okay. Any further nominations for the at-large seat on the Select Committee on Executive Structure Review? Okay. Seeing no hands, we are going to move to statements from those nominated. Member Sharma, do you accept the nomination? Could you please come to the front and make a statement? And then I'll ask you to make a statement on behalf of Member there's one at-large seat, there is one councillor seat? Or no, just the at-large seat, and then there are two non-executive director seats, and then there are some non-voting members.
You are also voting.
I'm also voting over now, yes.
So, hey guys, my name is Cameron. In math second year, so although I'm not part of the WUSA council for this year, I have been heavily involved with different committees for WUSA. I'm working with Seneca and IFC, Amanda with ISC and CLAG, and also part of EAC. So I've been working with different execs, trying to figure out what the goals there and how they're implementing that. So, and I also have a huge knowledge of the basic bylaws and the policies for WUSA. I've been part of MATSOC, I've went over their governing documents, so I have extensive bylaw experience and just trying to understand different ways the student governance works. So I believe I would be active for this committee. class member. I'm open to any questions if you have from my experience. I have been a past exec for MatSog.
Thank you. We'll now take member Yuma's statement.
So I'm gonna read the statement that she sent to me. Dear Worcester Student Council 2019-2020, my name is Stephanie Emo and I am interested in participating in the Executive Structure Review Committee as an at-large member. Having transferred to UW from McMaster, where I was involved in their defense equivalent, I've always had a particular interest in exploring why and how both student unions differed and whether any structures from one could be successfully adopted by the other. Working on this committee would allow me to make good use of my interest in governments and knowledge of other Ontario university student associations. In terms of experience, I've sat on committees chaired by 3 of the 4 WUSA exec roles in specific IFC, SLEF, EAC, and the Fed's Leadership Award Selection Committee. Hence, I am familiar with each position's current portfolio. I have also served as an environment student counselor in 2018-2019 and was a delegate in the most recent WUSA conference. Moreover, I have prior experience revising policies and practices for Environment Endowment Fund and Environment Student Society.
Thank you. I will now take a moment to pass out ballots, and then we will proceed with the vote. I will pass them out individually. So, is there somebody who wishes to scrutineer?
I can, or
Okay. Vice President Bell will scrutineer the election, and I will come around. To collect everyone's ballots in a moment. Those people who are online similarly have some time to submit ballots, and they should submit them to vpof@wusa.ca. Does every counselor in the room have a ballot? Oh, you two should be sitting in these rows. Very cool. Are there any questions?
Ballots, can I move them?
Go ahead, Vice President Bell.
I move that we take a 10-minute recess following the conclusion of the chair's report. So people including the gallery, if there's sufficient food, can grab a bite to eat, and then we can afterwards proceed specifically to the housing item, as I believe there's a number of students here specific to the housing.
Okay. Do we have the record?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then I'll take a seconder for the motion to recess. President Lindstrom Humphreys, you're welcome then. And all those opposed, abstaining? Okay, we will take a recess for 10 minutes after the conclusion of the chair's report. You're going to come around now and collect all the ballots. Please hold them up in the air if you're done.
Or just to take a recess?
Just to take a recess. Those who are on the call, have you had a chance to submit your votes between Kanan Sharma and Stephanie Yimo to vpof@wusa.ca?
No, I'm just like, so I can.
Seneca, you should be getting 4 people online.
We'll check that in a minute. I'm going to finish the ballots first.
Sure. And you could put somewhere in your notes that Navi arrived late. I don't know when he arrived, but N-A-V-Y-A, last name M-E-H-T-A.
Okay, checking online votes now. I have only 2 votes submitted by email. You said to expect 4?
Yes.
Has anybody had, not had a chance to submit their vote by email and wishes to do so on the call? You get any messages?
No way.
I'll need you to certify about yourself. So I'll need you to write about, please, and send it to me.
Six, I think.
No, one thing there was a tie in the room in the chair, that was exciting. Last year. And the chair had to break the vote. What were we, I don't remember what the topic was, but I remember it was very contentious. Elizabeth settled it, to the least impressive officers who we wanted to maintain the status quo. Did you choose 2 guys particularly? I've got an additional one online, so it looks like you want that.
Yes.
Yes?
Whoever voted yes online, can you please resubmit with a name, Kanan Sharma or Stephanie Yemo?
We voted yes.
Do I just add one to each?
They're both good candidates. I'm gonna give it another minute and then we're gonna proceed.
Just send a response email asking additional questions. Find out.
They got 45 seconds left. Isn't it thrilling to participate in the democratic process? As you should be.
Okay, we have a response from
Okay.
there's no need for the president's secret ballot, so I destroy the president's secret ballot. And by a vote of 9 in favor of Stephanie, 8 in favor of Conan, and 2 abstentions, the motion favors Stephanie.
Okay.
I move to amend the item and destroy ballots.
Okay, so Stephanie EMO received 9 votes, Kanan Sharma received 8 votes. And we have a motion to amend the resolution and to destroy the ballots. Can I get a seconder for that motion? Okay. President Malhotra.
Yes.
Seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? We're going to move to a vote. Can I hear all in opposition to the amendment? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. And
So I'd like to abstain, so
okay. We have 1 votable abstention, Vice President Bellin. And then we move back to the main motion as amended. And I am hearing discussion. Okay, we're going to move to a vote again. Can I hear all those opposed to the main motion as amended? Any abstentions?
Noted, please.
Councillor Town and Vice President Bellin would like their abstentions noted. And the motion passes. Thank you all. We will now have a 10-minute recess for the councilors to get their food. And then if there's enough food, then we'll open it up to at-large members as well. And there's an order for the dietary restrictions.
Yeah, I can go over and
Thank
explain
you.
what things are.
So everyone be back at 2:20 p.m. and we will resume with what I'm considering a privileged motion for the discussion on Accommodate You.
Okay, so I'm just gonna explain what the food is. So over here, sweet beef burritos, ears, butter chicken burritos, and a salad. And then for lactose free, we have some chicken sandwiches. Gluten free, there's a salad, and then gluten free and halal is another chicken salad. So go ahead.
Hi, I'm Paula. I'm a senior here at the police department.
I have for
Why do you guys spend your Sundays at council meetings? Are you here for the housing stuff? I've got a mouthful of price, so I'm going to go ahead and say price for each.
There was some discussion
Very close actually.
Yeah, they have that one prior. I didn't realize that I don't have the house anymore. But not.
No, it wasn't them, it was someone in TW4, right? That's decided.
Oh, that's just, I don't work.
Yeah, and there was only one couple and they never asked when they said she was in London, she was brown. And there was no prior warning. Yeah, but what's warning? It's TW4, right? There was no notification.
Hello, friend. I am. I heard it was going to be a good one. I'm here attending When did you start this one?
Like that, like we can't have meeting hours now, so we don't, but they just set it to that,
Alright. You did really fun run like this. Why?
Like generally those places.
You know, it's fun. The SGA, I used to work in today, as a commissioner, but
I'm in Charlotte, but it's lots of proceeding. It'll be fun. I don't remember the class.
But then eventually, like, when I showed me a different chair, I realized all of it was really and that's how I don't think it's possible, like, say, I don't think that's no one knows. And that's it, so it's done, and then you move on. And of course, take me. I'm still in I feel for you guys. I'm sure there's a way to
What?
Yeah.
You haven't even told me about it.
I'm really happy to do just like doing posts and other stuff. My portfolio is like our staff wise, we have like 10 staff. So it's on the exec to really pull a lot of the weight there. Office photographers came and volunteered. Usually like the whole thing for running me, but and like this means something has to go wrong during the year. I'm always blind. I don't run I had a rough night. I kind of got woken up by Abby. She's like, "Come on, come on." It's a finally experience this. I've heard so much about hi, I'm here. Good news for you is you are almost halfway through your term.
I'm almost through it. It feels much more like the home stretch for me.
Oh yeah, why would you become secretary? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like end of October. Actually, no. Yeah, end of October.
I have a countdown on my whiteboard in my office that it's like day whatever. I think it's been 66 because, but yeah. They're like, wow, you're already done with the first day. I'm like, yeah, but I already want to do
Yeah, you and I
and everything works out well. I'm in my third year right now. But I'll probably finish this year because I know long takes forever, but I'm turning 20, sorry. It's my birthday yet.
Richard was mentioning it's your birthday. So no better way to spend it
Honestly,
with nothing at all against council. It's not the way I spend my birthday.
Yeah, I was very happy to get the problems for my birthday.
my actual birthday, I have a Senate meeting, I'm checking for the open cost paper, I have 1,010,000 other deadlines. So I'm like, oh, this, you know what, work is part of life. And this gives me opportunity because they get to enjoy it, and I get to start going back and do my own work for a while. So otherwise, I'm never going to do that. That's really what it's to get something done.
Because the fear is the most unstable.
Rentals.
There's like 2 bank a bunch of their data about these about how many payments requests they have that have been done or that have been waiting for 6 months, hours, a couple days later, we had our annual part of the week, we had the sponsors, so they had to pick it apart, we had one or something.
I feel like I saw that somewhere in the campus newspaper.
Yeah. Yeah, someone's breaking the scammers.
Should I go in and grab a bag or can I
Got a lot of
Do a double take when you want
Dr. Hunt, trying
So much later, it's already
We do. We've always done that for this. It's just not regular. 10 minutes?
We should, it's 4 speaking turns, 4 for the first turn, 2 for the second.
Okay. You would. Thank you.
I'm like the only one that keeps it short for the
Well, I usually am. This is
yeah, you're definitely short.
like this about 2 hours. Maybe.
They used to. Michael.
Yeah.
Just check your.
You get arrested for this.
In fact, did we pass that time allocation yet?
Sure, I'll use our legal service.
You won't be covered under our director's insurance? You won't be covered under our director's insurance?
Hour 2 right now.
The truth, and the truth is that Trump is there.
Oh, we're not even done with the open reports. We haven't gotten to it. Oh, no, of course not. This is one of the
You've only gone through the reports.
Yeah. Oh, it should only take 2 hours. I'm like, how do you send us? It takes 2 hours.
I made the same comment you said. Because I said like we did the same thing, right? Our process take 5-6 hours, and then we.
Can I see people regaining their seats?
Overall, I would say about $10,000. Like, seriously, of course, you have to get sure. So the 5 yeah. Okay, close that. Okay.
Yes, no better.
You should have brought your own drink. Yeah, I know. Okay. I see some seats still missing, but it looks like we're quite.
I still see, well, I see 2 people connected. Instead of 4.
And they hear us?
All right, we're coming back to order, folks online. Okay. The 10-minute recess has now lasted for 16 minutes, and I'm calling us back to order at 2:26 p.m. I'm going to move to, as a privileged item, the discussion item 6.5, accommodate you maintenance requests. So discussion item is the data on maintenance requests in buildings managed by Accommodate You, posted on Reddit by user Accommodate You, see Appendix F, submitted by Seneca Velling. Can I get a seconder? I'll take Councillor Sue as a seconder. And Seneca, would you like to motivate, or perhaps Vice President Gertz?
I'll let Matt speak to it more. I just want to identify first that we don't condone data breaches, no matter how they happen, especially if they are conducted in a way that is an exploit or a hack. There's a certain right to privacy you have with your in those relationships. That being said, there's what appear to be systematic problems within the data that students have identified for years. And I'll let Matt speak more to that because his office has heard a lot more of those complaints over the years from student tenants.
Vice President Gertz?
Seconder want to go first? Or?
Yeah, you're good.
It was. I just wanted to take the time to get everybody kind of on the same level. This is a discussion item, which means that there isn't necessarily a motion regarding actions to be taken at this given time. It's kind of a forum for open discussion, and we can kind of figure out where we're going to land. And I know that the executive have some thoughts that we will be bringing forward as well. But essentially, for anyone who was unaware, a week and a half ago, there was, as Seneca mentioned, a breach in data, or at least the publishing of data that was from maintenance logs from Accommodate You, rent in the region, and there was a high volume of these requests. This was posted on Reddit. The user who posted it ended up also giving a slight report and analysis on the data that was provided, and essentially noted that while there was a lot of data, I haven't had a chance to comb through it all. This particular report did point towards the fact that, at least in some cases, there were multiple maintenance requests that seemed to indicate that students were left in subpar, what may be illegal living conditions, things that wouldn't be permitted by either the property standards bylaw here in the City of Waterloo or by the Residential Tenancies Act of Ontario. And so essentially they pointed to a couple of these instances within the data and wanted to have a discussion happen on the U-Waterloo subreddit, and that has subsequently happened, and we thought that this would likely be a topic that council would like to discuss, as it is a matter that overwhelmingly affects students, and so that is why this item's here.
Thank you, Vice President Gertz. Before we move on with this, I'm going to be moving us into committee of the whole, so I have a little bit more leniency on who I'm going to call on from the membership at the back. I understand that there are some people here who have who wish to bring forward items that are outside the initial scope of this report. I will allow these to occur to give the students a forum for their issues and concerns, and I will be enforcing the speaking rules I incorrectly told one member that they were 10 minutes and 2 turns. It is going to be 4 minutes for your first turn of speaking and 2 minutes cap for 3 subsequent turns of speaking for 4 speaking times total. Vice President Bellin, did I see that?
Just a second.
Okay. So I have a motion to move into committee of the whole, moved by myself and seconded by Vice President Belling. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, I'm going to move it into a vote. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, 1 abstention. And we are now in committee of the whole. We will begin taking items, I hope, more directly on accommodate you maintenance requests, and then we can move outside of this. Deputy Speaker Small.
Yes, so I would like to say, having looked at that information from that breach briefly, that I think it is despicable the extent to which there have been lingering maintenance issues of a severe issue, in some cases taking many, many months to be fixed. I think one of the key issues that this shows, because the law is quite clear on what is the obligation of a landlord, the problem is enforcing it. Since oftentimes, while I'd say the landlord-tenant board is a relatively accessible forum, it is still one that takes a great deal of effort for a student who may be unfamiliar with the system to navigate. And it is also a forum that takes quite some time to get something resolved, which can be an issue when you're dealing with something that's not working. There are other avenues that exist, such as through municipal bylaw enforcement, and I think these avenues aren't sufficiently known to students. My hope is definitely that with the legal service that the lawyers provided through that, will be able to help refer students to those alternative mechanisms. But I also think that we should be doing more to raise awareness of the ways that housing issues can be resolved.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Small. Anyone else wishing to speak? Can you say your full name for the record?
Hi, my name is Sophie Scorch. And I'm a 4th year student here at UW. I'm majoring in French and minor arts.
I'm sorry, could you try and speak up for the microphone?
I'm majoring in French and minoring in fine arts. I'm a 4th year student here at UW.
Yeah, go ahead and speak.
I'm sorry if I'm going to be reading very quickly. I have a lot of things to say. So today I would like to talk about my encounter with KW for rent and my fears of having my personal information leaked, the surplus of students and not enough housing, skyrocket prices and student homelessness. This leads me to my first point, which is my encounter with KW for rent. After months and months of searching, I finally signed a lease in August with their company for a penthouse for September 2019, and everything was finalized. They called me last minute, end of August, telling me that they had to cancel my lease due to renovations for safety concerns, and they would not be renting the penthouse at all until the next year. They called me at the worst time of the year because absolutely everything was sold out by then. They still kept my name in their files, and they were aware that I was desperate for this penthouse. Last week, I called in crying, begging them if they have anything else available because I was homeless at that time. I still did not have a stable housing here in Waterloo, and I still don't at this very moment. This is when I found out the penthouse was rented out to somebody else. The worker told me that they realized the place wasn't as bad as they thought, and they renovated it super quick, and they rented out to someone else. How do you go from saying that an apartment will need a year to be renovated to literally renovating the entire apartment in 2 weeks? When I asked the worker, why did you not give the room back to me, he told me because I canceled the lease, to which I said, you guys forced me to cancel the lease. He kept justifying their irresponsible actions by saying they offered me other rooms, but these rooms were nowhere near my standards, both physically and cost-wise, and I'm not picky. Not to mention, it was not a guarantee that they were not pet friendly, and I need my dog for my anxiety and my stress. Because of them, I still don't have a room to live in. I believe they lied, and the person who took my room in the penthouse probably offered more money, and KW probably made up some story to me just so that they could rent the room to someone else. What's even more suspicious is that a lot of the stories that students have been sending me, because my post has gone viral, were about the same penthouse or similar penthouses, and exactly the same thing happened to them. On the top of that, KW for Rent collected all my personal information when I originally signed the lease, like my void check, my account number, my home address, and all my mom's personal information as a guarantor. How can I trust them now if they already lied to me? They have all my private information as well as my mom's. You
can't just grab all that information from someone and then force them to cancel their lease. The simple fact that they have my information already gives me anxiety. After my post went viral, the manager at KW for Rent, he called me, he seemed very mad, and tried making me take the post down and tell me that creating a fuss won't do anything. But I did not let myself give in. Creating a fuss is what we need to promote change. This leads me to the second problem, which is the surplus of students and not enough affordable housing with reasonable living conditions and a reasonable commute time. I heard that the reason that there's more incoming students is because the Conestoga College opened. The problem with the student Waterloo housing page and Kijiji and all the other housing pages was that each time someone posted an available room, hundreds and hundreds of students would just swarm that one person. So the chances of you really getting a reply from that person were very, very low. Third, the prices were skyrocket high. Landlords, companies, and people subletting their rooms took advantage of how desperate students were this year. I'm talking $800 for like a room that's the size of a cube. Not only do we pay crazy amounts for tuition, but now these housing companies are taking advantage of us too. And if you tried asking the university for help, they would lead you to the same companies that were taking advantage of us students. Finally, we have a serious issue this year regarding student homelessness. I can't even express how many emails and messages I received on students living in their cars at the SLC, using public washrooms because of this crisis and because of unfit living conditions like bed bugs and cockroaches, which is a recurring problem in KW for Rent properties. How can a hardworking student be homeless? This is absolutely ridiculous. Student homelessness is a concept that is absolutely unacceptable. I'm sick of this whole housing situation, and all I want is a comfy room to live in that meets my needs so that I can receive my education.
Thank you. I had two. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, can I get your full name for the record?
Kieran Maldonado.
Okay, thank you, Member Maldonado. You may speak.
I too went through the housing crisis because I applied for student housing like a bit too late apparently at University of Waterloo. And the first place, after messaging at least 50 different places across Kijiji, Facebook, and the University of Waterloo suggested places, it was something straight out of Kitchen Nightmares meets House Hunters. First of all, they said I'd see the lease agreement when I moved it in September 1st and wouldn't let me see it before then. Secondly, they changed the address where the place was. Thirdly, they didn't inform me about the massive construction going on that blocked a major road and intersection to get there, which made it completely inaccessible even by walking unless you took a 15-minute detour. And this construction included a pit in the ground that was 4 meters deep and 6+ meters wide. And when I did get to the location, there was a garage attached to the place that was open and had no less than 5 mattresses just lying in there exposed to the elements. When I did get inside, there was a single room where I'd be staying, the kitchen, then the dining area, with several countertops laying against the wall. I asked, why are there countertops here? They were from the kitchen. Is that a problem? And I replied, well, they'd be gone by the time I move in. She replied, you have to find somewhere else if it's gonna be such a problem. I replied, no, I was wondering why they weren't put away somewhere. She tells me, okay, then you have to find someplace else. And I replied, but I wanted to stay here. She told me, no, between you having trouble getting here and this, it just won't work out. You have to find somewhere else. Goodbye. And as I was leaving, I told you, just so you know, other people want to see the lease agreement before they move in. She told me, okay, that's your problem, now bye. There was no air conditioning. It was easily a 15 to 20 minute walk away from any bus stop. And she wanted to charge me $750 a month, which at that point I was willing to settle for because it meant I would get student housing. I eventually did find an apartment, but even then it had a hole in the wall and various other issues. Currently we don't have a working washer and dryer, but that's actually being taken care of by maintenance. And my friend is staying at my place because her house that she rented had cockroaches that were supposedly sprayed and have since been re-sprayed and taken care of. And even then, I'm paying $670 a month, and I know I'm extremely lucky to have this happen, for me to have a place to stay. I was homeless, technically for a day, while I was staying at my friend's place for a week, and the morning after she was supposed to move out. I slept on a bare mattress with a bed and a sack of dirty laundry used as my pillow, and I had to wake up at 9 a.m. to get out of there before the cleaning inspection came in, and I might have been charged. If you want housing in University of Waterloo, you have to go to Facebook, a very certain Facebook group for housing. Then you have to go and find someone that's offering a place, and if you don't respond to it within 3 minutes, offer $50 to $100 over extra, you're not going to get a place.
Thank you, Member Maldonado. Your 4 minutes are up. I will be giving everyone a 1 minute warning when they speak from here on out, when they're almost done. And then I'll be counting down for 5 seconds. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? The floor is open for members and councilors. Vice President Fallon?
Sure. I'd like to take the time to highlight that these complaints have gone on for years. We've certainly heard them for years at the Student Association, and I'm sure that's no exception at Laurier or Conestoga Students Inc. either. I do want to make you aware that from a property standards point of view, the municipal enforcement services will not evict you from your home without requiring the property manager or landlord to put you up somewhere else. They can face steep fines for doing it. If you think your house is not up to city bylaw property standards, which from the sounds of it is most certainly not, I would encourage you to reach out directly to Municipal Enforcement Services, and I have their toll-free number and their local number, as well as one of the officers' number who provided it to be shared with Student Council today when I spoke with them yesterday. They can ensure the properties meet bylaw standards, meet Ontario Building Code, meet Accessibility Code, as well as can issue fines anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000 for the property management firms. As a Waterloo student too, if you pay your legal protection service fee, you have access to a lawyer directly on matters relating to housing and tenancy. That includes items like rent issues, lease issues, apartment safety, major repairs, apartment repossession, and that's just to name a few. There's plenty more that covers. And I encourage you to reach out about any unfair or illegal treatment to your lawyer, because you have access to one just by being a Waterloo undergraduate student here if you pay your fees. From a rental enforcement side of things, you can also reach out to the Rental Housing Enforcement Unit from the province and the Landlord and Tenancy Board, and we can provide you with that information as well. I just want you to be aware of your rights for everyone in the room, and that you don't have to accept that kind of treatment, and you shouldn't. Whether you seek legal counsel through us, or whether you're asking for immediate action by the RAGU or by Municipal Enforcement Services, you have a right to live in a place that is safe and up to property standards, that meets the Residential Tenancy Act and meets Ontario Accessibility and Housing Code. And if it doesn't, you have a right and you should complain. I'm sorry to hear that that's what you've gone through, and I know what that's like too, having lived here for the last 5 years. So I can certainly provide and share those resources, and I will make them available. So I'll see if I can get them up on the screen in just a minute too.
Thank you, Vice President Rowan. I saw your hand, Member Storage. Would you like to speak again? And then I'll take Member Maldonado. Remember that this time you have 2 minutes on the clock for speaking, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning. Go ahead.
So the problem is that I feel like knowing your rights and actually doing legal action, that's not enough, because there's so many passive students out there. You know what I mean? Like, knowing your rights and actually doing, some students don't want to go legally, or pursue legal action. Some students are just, they don't have the time, or whatever it is. There's just a lot of passive students out there that I feel like it's not enough. It's just legal action is not enough. It's something that all of us, we have to, or even me, or what,
I need to represent all these passive students, if that makes any sense at all.
Can I respond?
Are you open to that?
Yeah, I completely agree, and the amount of passive people means that the problem often stays unsolved. So, like you said, throwing a stink and pointing out the problem is exactly what's needed, because otherwise it's more of the same and people stay quiet. I know that the extra burden, the extra emotional labor people have to go through for those issues while trying to be a student, while trying to take classes and pass exams is completely ridiculous, and it's an unfair burden on the student. From a legal action perspective, your lawyer can act on your behalf even if you're not there, and we provide you with a lawyer. So from that perspective, every student should, and I would hope would take legal action. We haven't had that ability in the past. That's a new program that started this September 1st. And I think by having legal avenues where the student doesn't have to take time from classes to go to the Landlord and Tenancy Board and doesn't have to be the one phoning up the RAGU, they can have a legal firm doing it for them, provides them the opportunity for real change, because the more legal action that they take, the more possibility that there is that these property management firms are going to be inundated with legal requests. But I think there's definitely a need for a greater set of action than that, and that's just kind of scraping the surface.
Thank you, Vice President Belling. Member Scorch, would you like to continue your statement? You have 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Okay. Thank you. Next up, we have Member Maldonado, followed by Councillor Hutt. You may speak.
So regarding it's illegal to have my friends stay there, I understand that, and she did go to the right fit and talk with an advisor there, and they informed her that unfortunately having a bunch of cockroaches at the place wasn't enough to void the lease. However, since then her other apartment mates have moved in and assured her that it's safe. However, it's still a bad sign that it happened in the first place, and it shouldn't have to be the norm, because she was afraid to even bring it up any more than she had to, because she was worried that she wouldn't have a place to stay afterwards by complaining about the cockroaches more than she had. And she wasn't willing to do that even more until she had a second place to stay. And she and I both had numerous things where we had housing canceled at the last minute because of people's decisions. Like even with the subletter, for me, someone at the last minute told me, yeah, I'm gonna have my friend move in instead of you because he's my best friend and it's his first year at Waterloo. What does it say about the state of housing where people have to choose between making their best friend homeless at the university rather than some other random person they've never met because of the extremely high amount of students that are getting accepted into the universities here without the universities making sure that there's actual housing available to accommodate everyone. That is not just a housing issue, it is an issue of greed because the universities and the rental corporations only care about profits, not whether or not people will be homeless that semester.
Thank you. Yes, Member Sharma?
Just following up on that, so I was in Kingston for the past 8 months, and one of the things that's happening there is that they're not having enough places for the students. So there is a movement where the students and like people who don't have housing, they are asking the region to ask the university to stop the increase in intake, freeze it till there is available housing for them. So I think that's something WUSA could work on with the university to see like we should not be getting more people every year increasing the intake numbers if we don't have place to keep them.
Thank you. Member Scorch?
So just to add on to that, I do have a suggestion for that. So women's shelters and homeless shelters exist, so why not student shelters? These rooms could be at a very low cost, let's say $10 per night, and there could be a waiting list. The reason student residences on campus cost so much is because of all the dons and all the features like game rooms, movie theaters, all of that. Instead of that,
these student shelters can be just rooms with bunk beds and offer a place to take a shower. There could be little lockers where students can leave their stuff for the night. Even to those students that commute, let's say they missed their last bus, then what are they gonna do? They can just walk over to the student shelter and spend a night there, and not have to worry about sleeping in such a public place like the SLC and having their stuff stolen.
Thank you. Yes, President Beck?
I guess just a few points to touch on. Well, first of all, thank you both for coming to speak. I know it can be a little intimidating coming into like this governing body, but I really appreciate it, and I feel as if thank you so much. I guess a few points to just start off. I was in the co-op program, and I was lucky enough to find a 4-month sublet when I was here just for the fall term, and then I was gone again in the winter. But I know a bunch of friends who were forced to sign year-long leases just because you needed a place just for those 4 months. And if you got lucky, you were able to rent it out when you weren't there. But a lot of times they would just have to waste like $4,000. And co-op pays well sometimes, but not always. And it's frustrating when it's a waste. And I guess another point I want to make, it really speaks, like we have a crisis as students for being homeless, but even affordability in housing in general in KW, that's been a really big issue. I was volunteering with House of Friendship, and they were saying it could be up to year-long waits sometimes for their affordability housing. So I think it's a cool idea with the same shelter, and it's really cool to see it, how it would play out. But it's crazy how it's just all through KW. It's not just us.
And there's something you said earlier. You mentioned how people were looking for housing just for 4 months and had to buy in for a year. That happened with me. I only need housing for like 4 months because hopefully I can get on-resident housing for the next 4 months. But during the winter term and so on, I still had to sign a year-long lease because at least it would guarantee me housing, even if I only need it for 4 months.
Well, it's frustrating because a lot of times, sorry, go ahead.
I'll count that as an interruption to you, so you can keep going.
It's frustrating because even year-long leases, like I know from my brother, he's only here 8 months out of the year, and he has to waste those 4 months in the summer doing so he can get it. And no landlord would even think about doing 4-month-long leases because they're making money off of those 4 months that people are here. You can see how empty the campuses are in the summer. And yeah, we have co-op students who come back or some people who do school in the summer, but it doesn't even compare to how it's in the fall and winter.
Thank you, President Beck. I will go back to my speakers list, and we are taking Councillor Hunt next.
Right, so I'd like to thank members who have come to speak. It's really been enlightening hearing what you've had to say. Clearly there are issues, some of them I didn't know about or even know they were this severe. We have some of our own ideas of how we can deal with this, but so we've heard from Kanan that he suggested asking the university to freeze enrollment. Heard about student shelters. I wouldn't personally like to see us come to the point where we have to shelter students. Are there any suggestions, any more suggestions? Feel free to respond on my time to how we can fix this.
We've reached beyond the point where we need student shelters. We need them now at this point. We already have a homeless student population. There is no fearing about reaching it. That happened way before the semester started.
Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to comment on the fact that I find it kind of ridiculous, I guess, that University of Waterloo is, they have these big plans of expanding these 2 gyms, but it's like, I understand, okay, gyms, you go to a gym to de-stress, but this is not the Olympics. We're coming to university to study, not to go to the gym and get bulkier and everything, you know what I mean? So perhaps, okay, yes, they're expanding this gym, these 2 gyms, but perhaps maybe make part of that gym temporarily as like student shelters. That's just a suggestion. I don't know or perhaps classrooms or something, like you can just rent out a few
classrooms for just these, you know, temporarily, yeah.
John, you have somebody in the back here, and then.
Go ahead, yes.
So I feel as though, and I love that everyone is so like caring about this and getting engaged. I worry that with a student population of 36,000-ish at Waterloo, one lawyer or even a small team of lawyers may not be enough. If everyone were to speak up and start voicing their needs, I think we can agree this is a systemic kind of issue throughout the city with housing, affordability, maintenance problems, just general landlord negligence and profit motive over taking care of the people who live in this city. And I wonder, with a student body of 36,000, I know not all are undergrads, but there, and add in Laurier and add in Conestoga, to work together, there is a huge population of people who can put pressure on these these landlord organizations. You know, Krika Global Enterprises has something like 14% of the housing market in Waterloo, to simply pressure them to make sure that they are complying, to do things, you know, it could be refusing to advertise in the imprint for Accommodate You. Not necessarily that, but right now the university is allied with Accommodate You and KW for Rent, and they are mistreating us. I don't think that that's right. I think that we can use just our people power to firmly put pressure to get the conditions that we need to live in.
Thank you. John, I'm going to end the time there because you have 10 seconds left. And then, member, sorry, forget your name.
No.
Do you have something to say?
I just comment on regards to what can be done.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, so my question is, what's going to be done for first years who are right now in residence, and this year, like soon, preferably, will be starting to transition to start looking for houses? What's going to be done about them, like helping them avoid these issues that are constantly propping up over and over again? It's probably years, although it's only now coming to this recently. Like, I remember last year when I was in residence, we didn't get much education on the issues that could prop up, or what we can do about them, or what our rights are. All that was given to us was a small PowerPoint with a list of all the people to go to. As far as I recall, that was it. That was all that was being given to us in residence. What's going to be done for first years now that we know how big and to what extent this issue is, and when might we start seeing action?
Thank you. We'll allow Vice President Belling what I assume to be a direct response.
Yeah. In two parts, I don't know that there's necessarily an immediate solution that's going to solve the problem. It seems like it's been organically created over a number of years due to lack of accountability, lack of care, and people willing to pay prices for what are honestly shit property that have no standard of living. So I think that's kind of built this up. From a what can be done on our end perspective, I think negative pressure, bad press is one thing. A rate by landlord feature, something like that is something that we've been looking into. Giving students between Conestoga, Laurier, and Waterloo the ability to rate their properties, to rate their landlords in an open way, so anyone can see how bad things are. That kind of puts an economic pressure on having a better property and driving down costs. But that's only one avenue. I think generally we need to do more to do enforcement, and we need to make a case for that. I know there's been a lot of discussion too on like foreign buyers taxes and stuff like that, but I'm an international student, but we have a huge international population that is flooding in between us and Conestoga, over 75%. That's flooding in and is willing to pay higher rates, which puts a lot of students in the area without housing who can't afford this. Because a lot of students, like myself as an international student, I couldn't afford it. I was paying $25,000 a year to come to school, $25,000 sometimes a term to come to school here at Waterloo. And it was difficult to afford housing on top of that, but for some students that is possible. And so while that remains the case, or while properties can be bought up and marketed at such a high rate, that can have really negative impacts on the costs of living and so forth. So those are some avenues, but I don't think there's an immediate fix. I really don't.
Good. Okay. Councilor Hunt had a direct response, and once we hear that direct response, I'm going to hear, pardon me, your name? Colin. What's your last name? C-H-U. Then we'll have Member Chu, then President Lawless, and then we'll have President Malhotra. Go ahead, John.
So perhaps even having all these international students who do pay higher tuition doesn't actually mean they can't afford it. It would mean that a lot of them take out huge student loans and the rental companies are able to piggyback off of the over like $150,000 sometimes that these students have to take out in loans. They can piggyback off of that and bump it up a marginal amount compared to $150,000, but not a marginal amount for the domestic students who are here paying significantly less tuition. So they would be spending significantly more in housing comparatively.
Just for the record, John is also an international student, like me, face the same pressures.
Thank you. Nope. We are going next to Member Chu. Our 4 minutes on the clock.
So I think it's very obvious that it's a systemic issue, that simply attacking the symptoms will not bring about any long-term change, especially for persons like your students, as we were talking about just now. As we heard, between KW President Pompey, there's a 14.3 or something like that, 14.2% of all the properties belong to them. It's not just them, because we've heard horror stories about every company. A couple of years ago, the news and Chevry before them. But it's probably fair to say that over half of property available to students in the area belongs to one of these larger rental companies. So keeping it within the scope of what students union itself can do, because I think they don't take a lot of further action to actually change anything. I want to call into question the sponsorship of Combat for students union events and the funds that we've received for them. Is there anything that we're doing to protect students who might be falling into the same trap?
In response to that, I released an item to the council mailing list, and if you go to mailing list at or mailinglist.feds.ca right now, you can check the council archive. I will pull up what I think is to be a relevant portion of that email right now, and I will read it out. What's under the heading "What's being done to fix this so it doesn't happen again?" Regarding the receipt of sponsorship from Accommodate You and Kitty for Rent under Picnic Global Enterprises. A few things are happening. We continue to advocate at the regional level for better housing options and for property management companies to be held accountable to the Residential Tenancies Act and then relevant bylaws. We also brought undergrads to the Student Legal Protection Program, allowing students to access legal advice, assistance, and representation for housing and tenants' rights issues. We even set up a booth for our legal service right next to the KW for Rent booth at the carnival, the welcoming carnival that happened this past Wednesday, Thursday, and handed out more than 400 flyers to students. We are also exploring policy options to bind the corporation not to do business with these entities or corporations known to be predatory towards students. We will be reviewing our current sponsorships and working towards responsible sponsorship rules to ensure those with whom we do business in the future uphold ethical standards of practice. So that's a little bit of an excerpt. If you're interested, I can make sure that that is shared with you in full later. And I will go back to the speakers list, and up next we have President Lawless. It is President, right?
No, it's not, but that's okay.
Representative Lawless.
For those who don't know, my name is Sammy Lawless. I'm representing St. Jerome Student Union. I am the communications officer, so maybe Officer Lawless is appropriate. It sounds very cool. I wanted to respond to your comment earlier. It sounded to me like you're getting at more education, which is something actually me and the union met yesterday. And what we were talking about on St. Jerome's side of things, we wanted to hold a housing rights meeting for our first year population. And I thought that maybe bringing that up here was maybe something we can talk about doing on a greater scale across campus. And letting students know that, like, what their rights were, because I know, I'm only in second year, I just started renting through one of these larger housing companies and kind of learning some of the more downsides of it and letting them know what their rights are. And it's only a drop in the bucket at what we can do, what we should do, but it's, I think, a good start. And it's not gonna fix all the problems immediately, but it's something that we can do, something that we could probably organize a little quicker than some of the other actions that we might be able to take in the future, but just something that we can maybe all.
Thank you. Do you have a direct response? Yeah. Okay, then I'll add you to the speakers list. Up next on the speakers list, we do have President Malhotra. And then, did I see a hand over here?
Yeah. Yep.
I will add you back to Nurbay, right? Nurbay. Member Nurbay. Back to the speakers list. So President Malhotra, feel free to take it away.
First of all, thanks for everybody coming. And what she said is something that it's really difficult to come forward on that. I am listening to everybody, and I do understand there are crises, housing crises, like in Waterloo, even like in Toronto, like I guess all over Canada. I lived in Toronto for 8 months. I have been in houses like that where like they're not even legal to live in. They're still charging us utility, and we have the situation here still. We don't live in an ideal world, so I can't comment that things can just go right. So I know students are massive and like not everybody wants to take actions against these things, like they don't have time to take it. But we do have to come forward, like to take some action. That we are providing services, as that we have services like legal services, and even if you just Google like tenant board and all, like even region of Waterloo actually have lists saying that what the landlord can ask for you, as you select personal information. Like there is a checklist that says how much they can ask, what they can ask, and what you are entitled to give it to them. So yeah, so I guess just that, thanks for coming forward, and we will be working on this, and I guess we talk to the region too on these things. Probably let control Zoom, because it is quite unfair for like buildings near to the campus that have like really high rents, like Icon and all, which are like almost 900 per month. I can't afford that. I'm an international student. I guess I think I'm I can't afford that stuff. So yeah, it's understandable and it makes sense. I hope the council take this to the region, and yeah, moving forward we make such a.
Thank you, President Malhotra. Up next, we have Councillor Town for your first speaking order.
Sure. So yeah, I'd like to echo some of these sentiments of other councillors and thank those that have attended today to share their stories. I do really appreciate it. And I guess, unfortunately, we can't solve this problem today, even though I wish that we could and that every student in Waterloo who is homeless would have a safe and clean place to live. That's just not possible. So in order to ensure that our student association is continuing to work on this, I'd like to move a motion to create a subcommittee of one of our other committees to investigate the housing situation in Kitchener-Waterloo. Jason, if you
Yes,
wouldn't mind putting.
Michael, could you please scroll down?
So the crux of this motion is to create a subcommittee that is underneath the Education Advisory Council, which is under Matt's portfolio, to work with the municipality and the university on the so-called housing crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Town. What I will do right now, since we're in committee of the whole, is I'll allow people to suggest changes to the motion. And if the General Assembly is in agreement about what those changes might look like, we will take this motion out of the committee of the whole with us to then have a motion, move for seconder, and then discussion.
Up next, I have Vice President Garretts. Feel free to speak.
Is this on like the similar track to the main speaking order, or is this specific to this?
This is the main speaking order. Do you wish to comment on this item?
I was hoping to fold something into it as well, but I'll just take the whole.
Okay.
So I wanted to echo some earlier thoughts, and I wanted to thank everybody who came out and continues to be here to share their thoughts and their experiences. It is very much appreciated. I wanted to offer some thanks to our former Municipal Affairs Commissioner, Ben Easton, who did some good work last year in putting together some of our promotional materials that I thought were high quality, but I think we're obviously hearing that they didn't get spread quite wide enough. And I am sorry for that. I'm really hoping that we can do more to communicate in the future. I also wanted to thank our representative / officer from SJU/SU for their comments on what the St. Jerome's University Students Union will be doing regarding informing first years. We attempted something similar last year. I remember Ben being extremely eager for it, and then University Housing mentioning that most students don't actually, or at least it's their policy not to let people come in and do presentations in housing from outside groups. So it's definitely something that might be worth taking a second look at. In fact, our current Municipal Affairs Commissioner, whose portfolio also includes housing, and I have been talking even before any of this happened about potentially doing a form of town hall. It was probably going to happen sometime in October, and that we'll be kind of revisiting to see what that looks like. And I think I wanted to speak briefly to this motion. I don't know how much time I have left there, Michael.
You have 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you. One of the things that I wanted to quickly speak to with regards to this particular motion, I'm not sure I'm completely in support of it at this current time, and for this specific reason. I like the nature of this motion. What I would like to suggest instead, just due to the fact that I know committees in this organization can work at different paces, that I would offer an alternative instead. That myself and the Municipal Affairs Commissioner work together to create a report to come back to council within the next 2 months, or the next 2 regular council meetings. And if at that time people don't like the suggestions that have come in that report, or with regards to that investigation, then we can strike a committee at that time. I don't know how people feel about that. I shouldn't say I oppose this motion. I would just suggest this alternative instead, and if it goes forward, I think I would be very happy to serve on this subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. We are at member nearby in the main speaking order. After I take your comments, we're going to break and discuss the motion presented by Councillor Town, at which time people will be free to talk about what they see and what they would like to see. And I would ask that people keep in mind the Vice President's comments about making a report and then seeing if we need to do a committee. So, Member nearby, you have 2 minutes.
So perhaps going back to what I was talking about earlier is like, one of the best examples of basically what we're trying to get to is what my uncle went to Bristol University, UK. And there they have like, it's far better than here because at least they have a website page dedicated to telling you all about off-campus housing. So they have resource guides, they have, in fact they also have a housing advice fair dedicated to students looking for off-campus housing when they're there. I mean, that's basically one of the biggest things that I'm trying to get on, something to that effect here. And also like, have a page here that just saw, it should have pages dedicated to finding privately rented accommodations, and when you're living in there, they have pages dedicated to that, resources and forms and all that stuff, informing you of what to do. That's far better than what we're doing here, in my opinion, because we don't have any of those sorts of sources. We just have a page that has the off-campus housing page where you can just look at a bunch of places that doesn't give you any information on what to look for specifically, what to be aware of. Just, that's my opinion, something to that effect.
Do you have
I
a
think could be
response?
done here.
Thank you. We'll take a direct response from President Malhotra, and then we will go back to the Councilor Town's motion.
Actually, we do have an off-campus housing page that actually links you to other pages that are actually supported by University of Waterloo. It shows you all the housing and then the prices for it and its addresses. I guess so like that does help. I do understand what you're trying to say here, but we do have some resources that do like I think there is room for improvement, but there are like some support resources already in place. So I think students can take advantage of them. I do understand that this has to be more implemented on those. So people will work together. Just not this. But we do have resources. Let's Google up and
Thank you, President Malhotra. As I said, we're going to go to Councilor Town's motion, and then after that, I will restart the speaking order. And I saw Member Scorch, and then I saw President Dack. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the motion presented by Member or Councilor Town? I'll read it out in full to give you guys a moment to think. Be it resolved that Students' Council establishes an ad hoc committee on student housing in Kitchener-Waterloo, which shall be a subcommittee of the Education Advisory Council to be chaired by the Vice President Education. Be it further resolved that the terms of reference and appointment of members of the subcommittee shall be determined by the Education Advisory Council, with notice provided to the Students' Council no later than the October meeting of Council, and shall include membership of interested and affected students. Be it further resolved that the chair shall invite non-voting resource personnel to attend committee meetings as needed. Be it further resolved that the chair shall request the participation of a representative from the City of Waterloo's Municipal Enforcement Services and the University of Waterloo. Be it further resolved that Students' Council approves the following guiding statement: Ad hoc Committee on Student Housing in Kitchener-Waterloo shall receive and centralize concerns from Waterloo student tenants, work to develop recommendations, and advocate for improvement of housing conditions, as well as other activities as determined by the chair. Before we get into members and councilors speaking, Councilor Town, would you like to speak to the response you got from Vice President Garretts?
Sure. So yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to Vice President Garrett's suggestion about tasking his office and his Municipal Affairs Commissioner with creating a report. My concern is primarily towards the volume of student feedback that they may be receiving, as we've clearly seen demonstrated here today. It may be advantageous to have an and situation here where yourself and your commissioner work on that report, and then the committee speaks to some of the other methods in the guiding statement and with regard to contacting others.
Okay. Thank you, Member Chen. Councilor Chen, is there anyone who wishes to speak on the motion presented or suggest amendments before we take it out of committee of the whole? Sorry, Member. I've forgotten your name.
Tristan.
Tristan, thank you.
It's more of just a clarifying question. I just wanted to ask whether or not this would, whether they would be looking to advocate for housing conditions as a whole for students in the city, or whether this would be focused on the Waterloo students, and whether interested and affected students would just be Waterloo students, or whether this would be open to students from other universities, colleges in the area.
Go ahead.
I would say that the wording here is relatively ambiguous, but it makes reference to something called the terms of reference. So the terms of reference are essentially what the committee is going to do. So here it states that the Education Committee, under Matt's direction, would develop those terms of reference, which would in turn answer some of those questions. I am not an executive of the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association, but I would say in general, the advocacy efforts that we do are directed towards our students, not because we don't like other students, but just because that's what the job is.
Vice President Garretts, would you like to speak to advocacy efforts or no?
I would just like to echo directly to that point. If this were to come to the Education Advisory Council for discussion, I don't think I'd have any issue in at least relaying to that committee that there might be students from other universities trustees who might be interested in participating. Ultimately, it will be up to that committee to decide, but I'd be happy to commit to relay at least that option to that.
Thank you. Was there other commentary on the motion presented? I have, first we'll take Councillor Hunt and then we'll take Member Maldonado.
Right, so about Matt's point about getting a report, I don't know if we are beyond the point of getting a report that we need to make actions now. I don't know how quickly you could put that together.
2 months was
2 months.
the hint I gave. It could be earlier, but.
Alright, and the committee didn't preclude the involvement that the city would include, actually, it even encouraged it. So I think if this committee is formed, members should be aware of the urgency of the matter and function in an expedited manner. I would also like to amend the motion to include tasking the committee to investigate funding and implementing emergency student housing, to include seeking sponsorship from other organizations like the university and the city.
So I can send that to you, Jason. Yes, if you have something written.
Yeah.
And then, while that's being put up on the screen, we have Member Maldonado. Would you like to speak?
Yeah. On the topic of the committee, I would also maybe recommend some kind of small advertising budget because all it requires is like a small Facebook post and you get a ton of attention, and that's just from a few hundred students. If there was like, say, only a few $100s dedicated to, say, putting up posters or something, you could have a lot more feedback and other people responding, because posters will make it so much more prevalent in the conscious student body's mind and have a ton of reports just feed into it.
Thank you, Member Maldonado. I saw a direct response from Vice President Belling.
Sure. If the Assembly adopts the motion, I, as Treasurer, am pleased to report that there's a few $1,000s in discretionary expenditure within the marketing budget that could be earmarked by my office for this if the motion passes. And I'd be happy to allocate resources for marketing to solicit student input and feedback. Be that posting as well as organizing a forum, which was discussed both by St. Jerome's and by the Vice President of Education. So we have the resources available to do that, and I'm happy to make them available.
Thank you. So I saw 3 hands. I'm going to take first Member Sharma, then Member Scorch, and then President Lindstrom Humphreys.
Just adding to some of the points John made, how we could look at sponsorship from our side. We could also be, maybe not now, but going forward next year, we could have fund that how we use student feeding program. We could have fund where people could donate money, and if MUSA could spread that money around the students who are in need for the money to get some housing. Something we could look into maybe. So that should.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the other members first from you. So Member Scorch and then President Lindstrom Humphreys.
I was just wondering if I can update like everyone on like the personal actions that I'm taking. And I've already heard like some repetitions about things I'm already doing. And if anyone's interested, obviously any support would be needed. So first one regarding the media, I am being interviewed by producer James Sebastian on the Mike Fairlow Show on 570 News in Kitchener this Monday at 9:32 a.m. There will be a live radio interviewing discussing the student housing crisis in Waterloo. So again, just starting the discussion. I'm attending obviously this council meeting. Today I'll be interviewed by UW Imprint, and then another interview by the Court, the student newspaper for Laurier. I'm also doing a video broadcast interview today with Conestoga. And when it comes to like Parliament members and all that, I am also in contact with Ms. Fikir Awerku from the Office of Catherine Fife, MPP Waterloo, and we are planning to compile all the students' testimonies that students have been sending me about their stories in a master document that we will all send to the minister with a cover letter from the office signed by the MPP 5 attached. More updates to come regarding that, and then me and Ms. Fikir Awerku are also planning to create a petition for MPP Catherine Fife to send to Queen's Park once the House is sitting sometime after October 28th. And lastly, like, you know...
You have 1 minute.
I've also, like I said, I've started a Facebook group page
right now I think it's almost like 1,000 people, where I'm updating students on my progress as well as creating a space for other students to share their struggles as well. Perhaps you can use that page as a starter. And again, I'm constantly sharing that viral post that went viral. Right now I think it's at like 1.7K, something like that. But yeah, those are the personal actions that I'm personally taking right now. If anyone is willing to join, if anyone has any suggestions about what I'm doing.
Okay, thank you. We'll now take President Lindstrom Humphreys and then Vice President Wilson.
I think that it's going to be really important if we're going to have something to help current students who are about to first year start with becoming something like Estria is doing, but also awareness to current students who are already in the renting market. I don't know if this would fall outside the scope of what we want this committee to do, or if it's something that we want our executive team to look into directly. I just think beyond the advocacy and the research, something now needs to happen to support students and make them aware of the resources available to them right away, and also start the push to get into residence in time to assist students who are going to start looking for housing in January. I don't know if that would fit here, or if it would fit in another motion.
Thank you. Seneca's up next, maybe you can help.
Just direct response.
Direct response for Vice President Garretts.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to that a little bit and perhaps provide some clarity for people. Like when I guess the term report kind of doesn't necessarily strike up the most action-oriented image within people's minds. But the way that I would probably envision a report would be coming out with a set of recommendations that, if adopted when it came back to council, would probably entail immediate action. So it would not just be research, but we'll also try to take a holistic approach to communication to students and long-term ongoing advocacy efforts, and then possibly speak to any of the many miscellaneous suggestions that we've gotten from the gallery today.
I just wanted to make sure they were supported.
Thank you, Vice President Garretts. We'll take Vice President Belling and then.
Member of the gallery will just.
Okay. Can you say your full name for the record?
It's Stephanie Jan. This is a direct response. I think it's very important to reach out to housing as well, just so that I know they're more than willing to incorporate dons and other personnel who will come into residences to speak about this if we do reach out. As a former front desk assistant, I know that we are also willing to put out posters or any other propaganda that we would need to promote this or let our first year students know, because I do think it's really important. So I think the first step that we could take would be to reach out to housing. Yes.
Thank you, Member John. Vice President Belling?
Sure, so just two items. The first is I have a meeting with the University Housing Advisory Team Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. where we're talking about the legal service and what the future of UW housing advising is. So I'll bring in some comments there about how we improve communication about resources, awareness of students' rights, and items like that. If anyone has feedback or things they want me to bring up in that meeting, please shoot me an email, vpof@wusa.ca, and I'll make sure that I bring it up and make that part of the conversation on how we reform UW housing as well, because they are looking to how they expand their advisory program. On a second note, it was brought up earlier regarding the use of funds, or the funds received in sponsorship for like Welcome Week, or from KW Rent and Accommodate You, the Rika group. While the event expenses have already been incurred, we could earmark a portion of funding in equivalence to that, and something that the president identified in an email to counselors to market awareness of student rights and avenues, to establish a center or consulting center on campus for issues related to municipal affairs that affect students, including housing and tenancy issues, that we could investigate having a specialized fund for temporary housing options for students that are affected, so that we could help pay rent in the meantime for students who don't have the money or who are not with houses. Things like that are options. That the funding available is limited. It's about $10,000, $15,000. So there are things we can do in that avenue that we can approach. I just want you to be aware that that is part of the conversation we're considering, because in addition to just canceling our partnership and not accepting sponsorship from groups like this in the future, it's what do we do with the money that has been, like, we technically spent the money that has been sponsored, but how do we improve that in the future so it's not just a we won't do business anymore? How do we redirect funds to support students now?
Thank you. So I'm going to cap discussion on the motion here. Before we go back to the main speakers list, I will just ask, is the Assembly okay with adding the amendment that is listed at the bottom of the screen there?
You want to do straw poll?
Can I get straw poll, fingers, thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no? Are you okay with including the amendment there as one of the resolutions in the motion? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up, so we're going to go ahead and say that that's part of the motion. We don't need to move that as an amendment once we get out. I'm now going to go back to the main speakers list for the discussion as a whole, and I will be capping discussion at 20 minutes now. So you have until 3:51 to make your point, because we do need to move on with the rest of the Assembly's business, and the councilors don't want to be here too late. So next up on the speaking list, we have Member Scourge, followed by President Duck. Go ahead.
Oh, already spoke.
You already spoke to it? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. President Duck.
Okay, so I'll try to keep this short. Just kind of speaking to your point earlier about how Waterloo was having a housing fair kind of situation. I looked it up and I've been to it in the past, but like I'm going with housing, so I think the past 2 years. So there was a housing fair in January, and I don't know exactly how it looked, but I guess one concern I had was with how landlords could apply, because one of the restrictions to apply to this fair, you have to be following the Residential Tenancies Act of 2006, but I'm not sure if who is really double checking that, because KW for Rent has participated in this event before, and if issues have been going on for years, they wouldn't have been following it in the past. So I don't know who's looking into who's participating in the fair, and also who's on the rental website. Just for off-campus housing, that's directly through universities, but that's what I was curious about, and I don't know if anyone can answer that right away.
I might be able to do some insight about that. So last year I was the municipal affairs commissioner under Matt, and one thing that had gone on in the municipal affairs portfolio the year before me was Feds running info boothing at that housing fair. That was something that we tried to do last year and were basically not invited. I think the goal of that housing fair is more to get landlords exposure, to get student tenants. So it's less of an information thing as it is almost an advertising thing, I would characterize that.
Okay. Thank you for providing that context. Does anyone else wish to speak or be added to the speakers list? We'll take Councillor Parkin. Anyone else want to be added to the speakers list? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I need this. I'd like to move a motion requesting that VP of Operations and Finance and the President investigate class action lawsuit with the legal counsel to see if that's possible. I don't know if I phrased that right. Hopefully I did.
I'll second the motion.
We'll get to that when we've committed it.
So is it more specific than what's on the screen?
I think that's good.
You said VP and the President investigate the class action lawsuit. Okay. So up next on the speakers list we have President Malhotra.
So I think moving forward, probably if we do allow these companies that came programs or part of the review, we should have either legally binding contract or something with them so that they are liable if they are like treating students like this, so the student union has some power. Like in some sense, like either they make those companies liable to pay students back legally, or like something like so. Because if you're allowing them to come here, they are getting like a big advantage because students are directly seeing. Like when I'm in Mr. LCKW program at Wood, I was like, wow, it's a housing company and it's right here. How do you provide it? Sure, I'll take it from them and then agree with that. So, well, so yeah, just moving forward, probably like if to like the executive team this term with this year, they can think about having like some documents made that actually could work into this direction.
Yeah, I will say that we are already reviewing the sponsorship contract. Perhaps Vice President Brown can speak more to that.
Yeah, I prior to this publicly committed to a corporate policy on responsible sponsorship, so that any money that is being put up, we vet against what is it furthering students' best interests, or is it putting students in a position where they think that because it's here at this booth or at this fair, at this carnival, that it must be good for students, no way a student union would put that there, right? So making sure that doesn't happen again. Existing agreements in place for that have now expired or been canceled by me. So those won't be happening to the best of our ability now, and I will try to bring a corporate policy before the end of the fall term to prevent that from happening in the future, so that we don't run into this mistake 2 or 3 years down the line when people have kind of forgotten about it now.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak on the discussion item accommodate you? I'll take Member Tristan, and then I'll take Councilor Hunt. Okay, direct response from Councilor Hunt first, and then we'll go to Member Tristan.
So when I was talking Seneca, one thing I did mention was the possibility of a blacklist of companies that we just will not deal with until they resolve certain issues. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Direct response?
Yes.
Okay, direct response, Deputy Speaker Small, and then we'll get to your comment.
Yeah, the idea of a blacklist sounds good in theory. Unfortunately, again, I guess if you have a pretty high bar of what goes in the blacklist, it could work. But ultimately, pretty much every landlord violates the laws in some way or another. And there's a small number of landlords that occupy the majority of student housing, so it would be a tricky thing to actually have a blacklist.
Okay, thank you. And then we will go to Member Tristan, who should speak.
Very brief response to that and answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just that I feel like if there's a small number of landlords and they're all breaking the law, then we shouldn't deal with any of them in that case. I don't think that we should allow the norm to be lowered like that. And in the same sort of vein, actually, I think one of the things that actually made me the most angry about the imprint article, the reporting is good, but a comment from the city, or a representative of the city about housing and welfare, things like that, that essentially said this is the norm for multi-unit buildings. What's the issue? I know I'm paraphrasing a bit, but that's what I took away from it. That the city is like, what are you talking about? We deal with this all the time. We don't care enough to change anything. And I know that we're just a group of students, but we're a large population of the city, however much we move through. And if the city isn't going to be interested in stepping up enforcement, whether, maybe, so step one, people get less passive and start presenting more cases. It comes to the lawyer. Now we need a bigger legal team because more people, yep. And so then it gets to the city and the tenant board member. If they don't step up too, this still doesn't go anywhere with bottlenecks. So I don't know how we can necessarily put pressure there, but I just don't want to raise it as an issue, a possibility that we can make change at all points necessary to really put this through.
Thank you. Vice President Vellon, you have your direct response, and then actually I'm going to take Director Ayer has joined the room, and you have 4 minutes to speak.
All right, first of all, thank you everyone for coming to share your thoughts today. So I wanted to comment on what Seneca was talking about with the sponsorship policy. First of all, I'm really happy the WUSA executive has been responsible in ensuring to promote the legal service, particularly at the carnival when it was promoted right beside the KW for Rent booth. We were able to inform a lot of students about their legal rights and their legal protections under WUSA. So a new policy should be developed, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. Another thing we should consider, and this should be something under Matt's portfolio, would be to look at advocacy goals for both the municipal and provincial government, both in terms of increasing the housing supply for students, which would then lower costs and bring some competition to the market, but also how can we enforce the existing laws better? And I think that's something Matt would do really well in if we looked into it and perhaps sent a policy to USA, the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance, which as of a few days ago, WUSA is now able to do, to send a policy to their next general meeting.
Thank you, Director Eyre. And we'll go to Vice President Belling for the direct response.
I think Alex took away a lot of what I was going to say. Did the work for me. I will note that from an inundation of lawyers, to Tristan's comment, from an inundation of lawyers, I think the more students complain about it, the more people you file with. There's no problem in duplication. If you file with the RHEU and the Municipal Enforcement Services and ask for legal protection, inundate them. Honestly, every student should be inundating people when they have a problem. We'll figure out how to make and pay for the legal service and make sure it's accessible to students and available. But from a fundamental principle standpoint, like you said, the landlords aren't complying with the law. It's not that we should make exceptions for the best of the worst landlords. We should start stepping up enforcement, like Director Eyre said, and figure out ways that we can prevent that happening in the future. And that sounds like it's both expanding the current market and allowing for better competition, but also ensuring that when there's property standards, they actually get enforced. So doing more on that, because I think a lot of the city side of things is that students don't know where to go, and so stuff goes unreported. And so when the city sees something like this, they say, well, this is the first we've heard of this. And it's like, that. The way we get around that is we say, okay, here's your how-to guide. Here's not a how-to guide. Everyone you should contact when you have an issue. And it doesn't matter even if it's the littlest thing, like my AC was broken for 3 weeks in the summer, or heating's not, like my house is not above 21 degrees C in the dead of winter. And even small things like that, like serious infestations of cockroaches and items like that, those should be reported. Every single one, no matter how small the infraction is, it should be reported, and they should be inundated. And a lot of times resource allocation at municipal and provincial level and even regional levels is predicated on quotas and like how much stuff's coming in. So like is there actual tickets for things coming in, and is there requests for action? And when there isn't a request for action, then funding goes down in the future.
Great, President Billing. I think also that the member made the comment because you said you could use our lawyer in reference to the legal service. Can you speak about how many whether that is like one lawyer or many?
Oh, sorry, yeah. There's not one lawyer available. There's a series of partner law firms that underwrite the program that we partnered with. So it's a pool benefit. Everyone pays in $9.56. Basically, the assumption is not everyone at the exact same time will need legal service at the exact same time. And so there's a series of underwriting lawyers that from various firms that we have access to. So that information is available, and I will make sure that we get that written up on the chalkboard as well, and see if we can post an article in the coming next couple days on our news and updates page, so you can see who to contact and where to access those resources.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Belling. We have about 7 minutes left in my allotted time for discussion. Does anybody else want to speak to the discussion item, accommodate you? Member Maldonado, you have almost exhausted your speaking time, so I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay, I just wanted to request that we make whatever links are available to reporting housing, like really prominent, like you click the housing page and it's right there in like a big yellow bracket for report a crappy landlord or something, because currently trying to find that section on the current UW website is really hard to do. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further discussion? President Malhotra, you have similarly exhausted your speaking time after this. You have 2 minutes.
It's like after hearing all the discussion and everything today, I just like to say that if you are in those kind of situations with your property management, you should know your rights, and they can't just kick you out. Even if somebody threatens you to kick you out, like there's a whole procedure to do that, and it takes time. So you don't have to be like scared of anything, just be like passive, I guess, and then you have services that we are providing, legal services, and we will take action, and you can come and take advantage of it. So be passive, that's the rest.
Okay, thank you, President Malhotra. We'll now go to Member Jung.
I just had a quick question regarding the legal services. If we do ask for legal services, how long does it take for them to get back to us, or like for it to get into process?
Varies on the case. When you call the hotline, they'll usually triage your request based on urgency. But there were some delays the first 2 weeks it rolled out because the law firm had a gas fire. After one of the law firms had a gas fire in their office, that was like, well, great timing, right as we roll out the program. But for Conestoga, previously Conestoga had taken it on as well, and it worked very well there. And there weren't serious delays. The language in our contract is in a timely manner. So the assumption is that based on triage model, they identify what requires most immediate attention of all the cases called in, and roll those out to the available lawyers at the firms. So, but we've been keeping tabs on what the rough times look like so far, and I think most students have gotten in touch with somebody within a couple days. So, I know that's less than ideal sometimes to have a 1 or 2 day wait, but for access to legal representation that didn't exist before, I think it's strictly better than we were a year ago.
Do we have an office for legal services on campus by any chance, or that's?
Sure, good question. So we work with a broker and the underwriter contract, and the broker is through Student Care, the same folks who support the health and dental plans here in Waterloo, and they have an office in the health services building. Once you enter health services, make a right, and there are offices there too if you want to speak to someone there or having immediate issues as well. There's also additional options. You can appeal directly to the board of directors for legal support if there's a serious matter that's going unaddressed. But there are other avenues like that too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good question.
Thank you. We have time for one more person on the secondary speaking turn. And if nobody else wishes to speak, I will entertain a motion to exit committee of the whole.
Motion.
Deputy Speaker Small motions to exit committee of the whole. It's seconded by President Malhotra. Any discussion on exiting committee of the whole? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those opposed to exiting committee of the whole? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to handle the motions that are on the screen, and then I will give us a 15-minute recess for those who wish to vacate to do so, and because we've been talking about this for a long time, to give everybody a chance to take a break for their own personal health. So first, do we have a mover and seconder for
Megan's motion?
Megan? So Councillor Town is moving the first motion, and do I have a seconder for this? Okay, President Malhotra seconds it, and based on discussion in the committee of the whole, this is going to be an additional resolution and not just not officially legit.
Oh yes, I know.
Yep. So, is there any discussion on this motion before we proceed to a vote? Councilor Chang? Okay. Seeing no hands raised for discussion, I'm going to call this to a vote. Is there anybody opposed to adopting the resolution as it stands? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. now we move on to the next item that was moved. Do I have the mover and seconder for this? So Councilor Parkin moves and Councilor Hunt seconds. Is there any discussion on this motion?
Yes.
President Malhotra?
Yeah, so when it says class action lawsuit, who are you targeting? Like how many, what are the property managers are targeting? Are they targeting Department to you and getting the program? So there are others out in the market too that are doing this practice. They are not just in the land bank.
That would probably be in the determination of the class for the class action lawsuit.
Or it would be determination of who the plaintiff is. The class is who we're representing, so we first need to also determine whether or not we could even legally, as an external organization, we're not the tenancy association, could we represent the student tenants from University of Waterloo? Or if there's no tenants who are not from Laurier, Waterloo, or Conestoga, could the three schools together create a class? So things like that complicate the question, but it would be something I would need to ask our lawyer about, because I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. I am going to sponsor Member Scorch to speak, and then we'll hear from Councilor Chen.
I believe we could, if we get like testimonies from, all the students and with their consent, and that way we can do a class suit.
Okay, thank you. I assume that we can be in touch if necessary. Councilor Town, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment that Jason will pull up on the screen in a second, which is in part what Matt said about preparing a report and then taking as a further resolution to include this mention of a class action lawsuit, because I think they're two things that would go well in hand. No.
So what we had was for the amendment in the empty bullet to investigate.
No, it was for the whole purpose.
Okay. And then now we're on a motion for asking the president to be on the investigation.
Yep. I was about to send you the proposal.
That was seconded by Parkin.
Moved by Parkin. Second by Hunt.
Yes.
Procedural question.
Yep.
Is it possible to change the main resolution of the motion in discussion to be the further resolution and make an amendment to the main resolution?
Yes.
Just because it makes more
Yes.
sense for that to be a subsection.
Yep. So that will be to resolve that, and then the amendment will also include making this first motion a further resolution.
Yes.
Okay, so the amendment that is being proposed by Councilor Town is be it resolved that Students' Council mandates the Vice President of Education to prepare and submit a report on student housing in Kitchener-Waterloo. And then be it further resolved that the Vice President of Operations and Finance and President investigate a class action lawsuit. And I'm guessing you want that investigation appended to the report?
Yes. And would you mind scrolling down?
Oh, cool. Another one.
So, sorry, I just fleshed out the wording of your motion to specify a class action lawsuit towards, sorry, that should say,
Housing companies.
yes, on behalf of students.
Jason, you can make them prepare as one page. Half of
In between
the space in between.
Double tap in between the pages. I also have the full motion here, it's okay.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so the full motion as the proposed amendment is be it resolved that Students' Council mandates the Vice President of Education to prepare and submit a report on student housing in Kitchener-Waterloo to Students' Council no later than the November meeting. Be it further resolved that the Vice President of Education work with the Vice President of Operations and Finance and President to investigate a class action lawsuit towards housing companies on behalf of students. Can I have a seconder for moving the amendment? I'll take Vice President Garretts as a seconder to Councilor Town's amendment. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? Vice President Belling?
Yeah, I see those going hand in hand, not necessarily a problem, just want to know, I would need to confirm this, I was under the impression that class action items aren't allowed to be raised at the landlord and tenancy board, and that courts can't consider items unless the LTB refuses or has already considered it as being appealed to the court. However, that is something we can include in the report for a little bit of extra details. I just don't want people's hopes to be set at a high bar. If our lawyer comes back to us and says, A, you can't organize this, or B, even if you could organize it, we don't know what the value would be because of these limitations. I want that to be known in advance. I'm very happy to look into it, and we certainly have the funds to seek legal counsel on that item.
Okay, so everyone should understand that moving this item is not a guarantee that everything will be done on a class action lawsuit. Vice President Garretts?
I'm not moving an amendment, but I just want to see if people would have agreement with what I would like to see. Sorry, I phrased that really weirdly. I heard Seneca mention, I also heard Michael mention that like this class action analysis could be included as an addendum to a report that I put through. I think my preference personally would be to see those each proceed on their individual timelines because legal matters can go faster or slower, and it's really hard to predict, how quickly law firms can or can't do something, because I'm not aware, I don't understand how their minds work or the processes work. And so hopefully those can just proceed on independent timelines and each get back here as soon as possible.
That is currently a possible interpretation, and we can proceed with the understanding that the interpretation will be that the Vice President of Education's report will be presented, and at a time when it is possible to do so, the feasibility of the class action lawsuit will also be presented to council. So we have mover and seconder for the amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll move to a vote on the amendment. Can I have all those opposed? Any abstentions? One abstention, would you like it noted?
No, thanks.
Okay. And the motion carries. So we are now back onto the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on the motion as amended?
Question, what happened to the original amended motion that is now being rolled into this one without the constitutional so the person asked to interact with, now it's also been rolled into this one. It's that one.
That is, the amendment was to give this for the resolution.
Oh.
So you can keep that. But just note that it was changed to this motion. It's entirely changed to this motion. Okay. Did I just vote on that?
No, it's carried.
No?
We voted on
Yeah, we voted on to add the amendment. Okay. So any further discussion on this motion as amended? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote again. All those in opposition? Any abstentions? Seeing, hearing none, the item carries unanimously. At this time now, before we move on to the rest of the agenda, I am going to insist on a 15-minute recess. We will reconvene at 4:13 p.m.
Just to note, if anyone wants to serve on that committee that was just created, maybe touch base with Matt, all guys standing up over there.
This one.
And also note for all the members in the room, if now that you've been here, you can recognize some of the councilors' faces. If you want to bring further items to council or to our attention, you can do so through them. We have councilors from science, environment, arts, engineering, and AHS, and mathematics here. So you should be able to find somebody from your faculty. And then if you can't seem to get a hold of any of them, you can always turn to the executives, or those are on the board for you. Thank you everyone for coming. Amanda? Come here for a second.
I don't know if I think it's so cool.
I think personality here is I can try and help. They've done it before to be the
Oh, I really don't want this.
Coordinators, Tiana, talk to Tiana.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're gonna have access to all coordinators. Yeah, so and then we can all just
Counselors, don't leave, we're still required to be here.
I'm done then. And all the events on the top. I was supposed to be there at 4, so I guess. I mean, just like talk with the developers and like just in a single email, talk about all the events you think for not not even emails for these things in the every event, it just to let the hostess know there's I have been midway biggest thing my asset manager say if he was the head of that you got it was like I want Alex Alex yeah no he was I remember somewhere loves it. I remember oh, that's you are always
That's what I mean.
I need to send you email about the I'll just send you an email with the motion in it. I don't know how to
And also, I don't know why you're getting it's so that
this is a new style. Yeah.
Christine's on. Yeah. Oh, I hate when that happens.
my spot. Yes. Come on, honey. No, it's not word.
You're not doing the wrong spot.
There was a link you sent me.
That's
I have access to just the stage like because of the change of we can have access at the very room being found right now, so yeah, so like I know that that's even if we had, we were able to look at the case and you could be like, these are some rights, this is the services we can have, like, you just manage it. Yeah. You don't have
Yeah, I have another meeting.
And I regretted it every year.
They have to go to that meeting.
I have to go to that meeting. Oh, God.
The meeting for emergency and that will be like, you guys have to go.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to more than one meeting.
The shortest one you'll have is half an hour. The longest is 4 hours, but we have.
The longest is 4 hours.
But that's what
This is the regular one.
Yeah. And budget ones always want to take the longest, otherwise they're always usually like yeah, then with the size of
Yes, and I heard the second one, and I have to because you talked to I see. I don't. I even asked our meeting why are you like this? So that's what was
oh
Oh yeah.
And that's okay. Another part of it. It would be as if, like, your boss, and I don't think I would ask for, like, international students by your in the comments of the media, is it the first one you can have, like, sorry, not my, it's like our first semester, I don't even know that my course is go viral.
I'm taking her for you.
I don't know, have you had the 50% drop yet from high school? No. That's what they say now. Well, this is like it's natural that it's gonna be like you guys that 15 is way too old, and you go down to 2. But you just like this, like at this point, I just don't care.
I'm slowly busy.
Well, I don't know any more specifically about that than you
Alright, counselors, we're going to find our seats again. If you have conversations to continue, I would advise you to continue in the hall. Thank you very much for coming out, all the members who are still here. And Mrs. Salad. Salad's good for you.
You need your vegetables.
All right, can I please have some quiet? President Malhotra.
Yes.
Thank you. So, we're going back and we have representative reports.
I move that we consider the reports at the end of the agenda.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? President Lindstrom Humphreys, we have a mover, Vice President Belling and President Lindstrom Humphreys for considering the representative reports at the end of the agenda. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. Is there any opposition to this? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions, 3 abstentions. Would you like it noted, anybody? Deputy Speaker Small would like his abstention noted. And the motion passes. By the way, we were called to order at 4:15 p.m. Who seconded the motion? Seconded was Dylan. I'm going to assume that this is the entire report section.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Skip to 5.1.
5.1, election and referendum procedure. This item was considered by council in August and was referred to Policies and Procedures Committee. Policies and Procedures Committee has made further amendments and has recommended approval as amended. So for the first resolution, be it resolved that council amend Procedure 6, elections and referenda, to be as shown in Appendix B, with the exception of Section 6D2A. Has everyone had a chance to read the proposed? I'll take Deputy Speaker Small as the mover. Can I get a seconder for this item? Vice President Belling. Is there any discussion?
I can talk about it.
Go ahead, Deputy Speaker Small.
So I'd just like to say, since I will personally comment that the version that came to council in August was a bit of a mess and was also not really complete. So we had PPC had several meetings in which we thoroughly went through it clause by clause. We cleaned it up, we clarified a few issues, and we made a few changes. One of which, vote penalties, will be a separate item in the next motion, but there are also some others that are integrated into this document. So we now feel that this is a refined document that meets a lot of the concerns that were raised about the election process and will serve us well.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Small. Vice President Belling, would you like to speak to the item?
Sure. I'll introduce a little bit, and then I'd like to yield the rest of the time to former President Wu, who's in attendance. So to start off with, I think it's a very, very strong set of recommendations that are probably new. We've had a lot of election reform in previous years and then kind of stopped for a while, and we were in a gray space that wasn't working well. Richard proposed a very, very strong set of procedural rewrites that I think put us on track for a much more independent and efficient election process. So, at any rate, I'll let Richard take the rest of my time, but I will add one note that I think from some of the numbering's a little bit off in it, so I know that's entirely clerical in nature, but I'm hoping that before it gets added to procedure, that the numbers can just be properly indented to the right places and stuff like that.
Thanks for the introduction. Just to give everybody a little bit of context on what ended up happening last year. Literally my first day in office, I had to deal with, I think, by-elections for 3 seats. And then the by-elections didn't really end. In fact, they just continued over the year. So in addition to the general election, all of the GMs that were being organized, I think in total there were 5 different by-elections or government sometimes throughout the year. That was the first big reason why I wanted to initiate sort of this change. And there is actually a really big section in there, as I'm sure you've all read already. And then additionally, once the general election sort of kicked in, the judicial process and the allegations and appeal process became scrutinized a lot more. And through that scrutiny, there were a lot of problems that were found. A couple of emails were sent back and forth. It's on the council mailing list. Things were brought up during the general meeting, and I promised that I would try to get to the best of my ability solve a lot of those problems. So what we ended up doing was in the last maybe month, maybe actually, no, 6 weeks, the last 6 weeks of my term, I held a bunch of consultations with PPC, with PAC, with people that were concerned. I sent out emails to council, I believe, soliciting people who wanted to give me feedback, and tried to compile those as best as I possibly could, come up with a set of recommendations, and these are the ones that I presented to Michael, and then Michael took it, and I said that it unfortunately wasn't as polished as I would like it to be, but you know, knowing that I didn't have, I wasn't, you know, quote unquote in charge anymore, I wanted to pass it off so that you guys could make any of the final recommendations. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice President Wu. Is there, would the second like to speak? You were the second. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the item? Honestly, not who read these. Vice President Bell?
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment. Be it further resolved, the council thanks President Emeritus Richard Wu for the reconstruction of the elections and referendum procedures as initially presented. Reconstruction.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Vice President Garretts. As shown, is there any discussion on this? Nope. Going to move to a vote. Is there any opposition? Any abstention?
Noted.
Abstention 1 noted from Deputy Speaker Small, and would you like yours noted as well? And 2 overall. And the motion carries. So we move back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Okay. And now we're going to move to a vote. Is there any opposition to adopting the procedures as amended and thanking former President Wu for his work? Seeing no opposition, any abstention? Okay, motion carries unanimously. I'd like to thank you, Richard. This is your legacy. And we move on to 5.2, vote penalty provision. Be it resolved that council approves section 6D2A and appendix B as an addition to procedure 6 as recommended by PPC. Mover, I'll take Deputy Speaker Small. Can I get a seconder for this item? I'll take Councilor Khan as a seconder. Would you like to provide context on what this is?
Can you please open up the link and scroll to the part that's blue text?
All right.
I'm going to wait for you to do that. It's going to be a number of pages now.
Yep.
There you
Okay, Deputy Speaker Small, you may motivate.
Yes, so what this is this particular clause in relation to the fundamental idea is that as rules stand, there is demerit points for each offense. If you reach 11 demerit points, you become disqualified. The idea is that is the primary consequence. However, that leaves the question of what if you get less than 11 demerit points? As it stands here, that is something that would be known on the record that you have done wrongdoing, i.e. violated the election rules. However, there would be no direct consequence. So what this clause does is to create a consequence to not give the impression that it's okay if you break the rules a little, like we're saying no, it's not okay. And so that's why this clause will deduct some votes. The idea being if, say, you broke the rules by going a bit over your budget, that may have given you an unfair advantage. So this is meant to retract for that unfair advantage. Of course, it's like not a precise mechanism, but this is meant to, like the amounts that percentages involved, for example, the 2% added up, is meant to be a small enough amount that it would only affect close races. It is not applicable for referendums because with referendums, demerits don't result in stuff being disqualified since it shouldn't be up to the referendum campaign team to cause an option to be eliminated. It should be noted also between 2 and 10, like it specifically starts at 2 to allow for very minor things where a committee can only gives 1 demerit point as a for those to not start deducting votes. It is worth noting that under these new rules, with giving demerit points, the ERO, CRO, and the committee have way more flexibility in the number of points and can consider mitigating circumstances. So it is actually possible, even if, say, in the table of penalties, an item is listed as, say, 4 demerits, that in a specific circumstance, they may choose to only give 1 or even 0 if they think that that person really doesn't deserve punishment. So I think in that context, this is an appropriate mechanism.
Okay. I will first address that by the procedures that everyone just approved. There is another kind of penalty, and it impacts on the refundability of a team or candidate's budget. On the speakers list, I have Vice President Velling, and then I will recognize Director Ayer after that.
Sure, I was going to come in on the refund penalty specifically. There already is a penalty mechanism built in now that says, okay, if you have fewer than 11 demerit points, so you wouldn't be disqualified, your reimbursement deduction goes down, so you lose money. So there's a financial incentive not to break the rules. I think fairly fundamentally, the right to vote is sacred, and we shouldn't be deducting it necessarily. I think it's a much bigger conversation if that's the route we're going to go. And I say we probably shouldn't be voting on this today. We should, if council's interested in this, then we should probably do a little bit more back-end work. I'd also say that from a candidate and election operations process, we use ranked voting when there's multiple candidates running for only one seat. Or sorry, instant runoff voting. And we use ranked voting if there's multiple seats on the council election. So in this case, does the 2% additive apply every round in the ranked voting system, or does it only apply at the beginning and then you do all the ranked votes? Because the results of that would be vastly different. So I think it's a very simplistic way to solve a very difficult question, on top of the fact that I find it principally a little bit off-putting.
Thank you, Vice President Velling. I will recognize Director Ayer, and then I will actually ask if, after that, if Ex-President Wu has comments to provide. Director Ayer, you may speak.
So I appreciate the spirit behind this in that we do need to look at making sure campaigns are following the rules, and I'm really appreciative that Richard was able to bring in some good reforms to our electoral process. I think this is a bad way to do that, and I would recommend that councillors vote against it. I was the campaign manager for a campaign this past election, so I got to see firsthand a lot of stuff going on and a lot of structural issues that needed to be reformed, which thankfully Richard is bringing in. But the thing is, if we had this with close races like we had last year, that would change the results, and that would take away the democratic vote of the student body. And I think that's the most important principle we need to be upholding when we're looking at elections and referenda. If students feel that what a campaign did to get demerit points is bad, they can choose to not vote for that campaign or that candidate. But that's the voter's choice, and that shouldn't be decided by this procedure.
Thank you, Director Ayer. Ex-President Wu, do you want to speak to anything?
Sure. Just wanted to, actually, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to comment on whether I agree with this, but to give a little bit of context, the previous penalties list, the mechanisms were fairly weak, if I'm going to be honest. The demerit point values for each item was fairly low, and so after a bunch of consultations, what was decided, what was agreed upon rather, was the idea that each penalty will be assessed once by ERC, and then again if it's going to a allegations process. But also that instead of it just limiting it to one particular value that any sort of penalty can take, it will now be extended to whichever body has the discretion to apply as many or as few within the set range. I think that is a totally fair solution, given that each penalty has, it must be assessed on a case-by-case basis anyway. And I don't personally believe that they should be assessed in the same way as reduction. So that's what.
Can the assembly ask Richard for his personal opinion on the text? I think there's value in it, having been through like the team by-elections for him.
You are free to give your opinion.
I think philosophically speaking, So let's say that I really like to use analogies. So let's say that I do something that incurs 5 demerit points. And if you look at the table, there is a litany of things that can cause 5 demerit points. Can I absolutely say that if I, for example, purposely misrepresent, and let's say that the committee decides I should get 5 instead of 10 points, how do I know that that correlates to 10% of my votes? How do I know that, is there a standardized way to say that something that I did garnered an extra 200 votes or garnered an extra 400 votes? I think that there should be a standardized way, and that this isn't necessarily going to achieve that objective. Again, I agree with, I very much agree with Alex in that the spirit behind this is very positive, but there are a couple of mechanisms built in that we've tried to sort of alleviate that problem.
Thank you, Richard. Is there further discussion on this item?
Yeah, I'd like
Deputy
I'd
Speaker
like
Small?
to respond to some of the comments raised. First of all, with regards to the mention of financial penalties, I don't disagree with the financial penalties mechanism. I think it is insufficient because what that basically says is that you can pay your way away from bad doing, and that you can essentially buy an election in that way. It is like not all students who are running in these elections have the same financial resources. So I think that is, while I think it's a valid mechanism, I think it is an insufficient mechanism, and it's why I believe these point penalties should also exist. With regards to the idea of taking away votes, like the way I see it is that there is penalties for consequences. Like this is something, like what you're talking about here is that the actual candidate or the campaign team did something in clear violation of the rules. So I think it is fully in their hands ultimately. I think we've improved the mechanisms around processes for trying these allegations and the penalties involved to make it fair. So I think the idea that people are losing on their right to vote is like false. And so voting for something, I think, and I don't think you should trust that voters are necessarily going to be informed of the rule breaking. Even though it is public record, it's not necessarily most visible, and sometimes these allegations get processed towards the end or possibly even right after the voting period closes. So I think this is a reasonable mechanism.
Is there further discussion? It is within the power of the Assembly also to defer this item until more research can be done.
Yeah.
So moved by President Malhotra, and is that seconded by you? Seconded by Councilor Town, to defer consideration of this item until such time as appropriate research can be done to link the value of a vote to the value of a demerit point.
Point of inquiry, who would be doing this research and what would be the time frame for it?
President Malhotra, Councilor Town, ideas?
For PPC.
PPC? Defer to PPC.
Response?
Yes.
I'd like to point out that PPC has already recommended this provision.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we withdraw the current motion on the floor and object to the item by refusing to pass it. If it's tabled or if it's referred elsewhere, the Assembly can always pick it up later and adopt it later. I think it's dangerous to have floating around in the gray space that can just be picked up in the future. If we want to think about it and do more compelling research on how this affects our voting system and how it can be operationalized, then I think we should do it. But I don't think we should be referring it anywhere for now. Let's kill it, and then let's come back and have a discussion about something when there's a little bit more flesh to it.
Would you two like to withdraw? Sure. Is the council okay with that? Okay, so we're going to move to a vote on the item. I will go in favor, then opposition, then abstention because it seems to be contentious. Can I get all those in favor of the item?
Noted.
Deputy Speaker Small noted in favor of the item. Can I get all those opposed to the item? Motion fails. Any abstentions? Councilor Town would like her abstention noted. Would anyone else like their vote noted in opposition for Vice President Fitzpatrick? Vice President Fitzpatrick noted in opposition. Okay. Okay. The motion fails, and we move on to general orders. Election to committees and panels. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you guys for coming out.
And we're down to one at-large member.
Yeah.
Two, sorry, two.
Oh, he was ignoring you stuff.
Election to committees and panels. Consideration of this motion is occurring because 5.1 above carried. Be it resolved that members blank, 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 and blank be elected to the Elections and Referenda Committee. Be it further resolved that Councillor blank be elected to serve on the Chief Returning Officer hiring panel. Submitted by Jason Small. Would you like to motivate?
Yes, I'd actually like to highlight some of the items in that speaker's note. Specifically pulling from the procedure, there is this mention that normally at least 2 of the elected members of Elections and Referenda Committee shall be members at large. So that means that we would be putting 2 at-large members if we can find them. And also, more importantly, under no circumstances can any voting member of the committee be a candidate for an active election or by-election, join a referendum committee, endorse or campaign on behalf of any candidate, team, or referendum position. I think the reason for that is fairly obvious. I would say at this point in time that if you don't know whether or not you're going to run in the general election in the winter, that it's probably fine for you to join this committee, provided that if you end up deciding to run, you immediately resign.
Yep. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Vice President Garrett seconds the motion. So, does anybody want to be on the committee? Deputy Speaker Small.
I nominate myself.
Nominating himself. I'm assuming that you accept.
Yes.
Any other? Would any of the at-large members in the room? There are at least 2 positions open for you.
Just 2 of us.
Yeah. This was a vote.
Nominate Alex here. I think he'd be good for it.
Okay. Vice President Belling nominates Alex Ayer. Can you give confirmation from Alex if you'll accept?
I heard you reach you.
Okay. Vice President Fitzpatrick.
I'd like to nominate Victoria Rodney.
Victoria Rodney, do you accept?
Yep.
Cool. Councillor Rodney is also on this list. We need at least 1 more person. And normally at least 2 of them shall be members at large. There's still spots open, folks.
Nominate Seneca.
Rajat nominates Vice President Belling. Do you accept?
Sorry. If someone else would rather do it, I prefer it. Councilor Wood.
For me, I'm going to nominate Victoria Rodney.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Councilor Parkin nominates himself. I'm assuming you accept? Okay. You never know which personality has control. Do you want to speak?
If you need a spot filled, then I will nominate myself.
Are you nominating yourself?
Maybe?
Yeah.
Is that even allowed though?
That's our order.
No, they can nominate themselves, we've allowed. Yeah, because they have speaking rights, therefore they can nominate themselves.
Okay, so Stephanie John nominates herself.
How do you spell the last name?
I am definitely not on that list.
Jason, can you make sure you remove Seneca?
I'll step down too if Stephanie wants to do it.
Okay, that means we have 4 candidates at 4 positions.
Did Alex accept?
Yes, you did.
Alex accepted, Jason accepted, Victoria accepted, and Steph accepted. In that case, we have 4, so we don't need to run any elections. This is helpful for any possible scrutineers. So can I get a motion?
You have to deal with the second part of that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that at the same time. Is there a councillor who is interested in serving on the Chief Returning Officer?
I nominate Colin Markin.
Right. Vice President Belling nominates Councilor Parkin.
What would I be doing?
You would be sitting in on whatever interviews are involved in the hiring of the Chief Returning Officer. You would also be consulted on the Chief Returning Officer's job description, and much of which is prescribed by policy, by the procedure, and you would be screening candidates as well.
I don't think I'm good with that.
Okay. Councilor Parkin does not accept. Respectfully declines.
That does sound better.
Councilor Town.
Can I respectfully renominate you because I think you would rise to the challenge of your group? Unless you don't think you have enough time, in which case you may continue to respect me.
I will respectfully re-accept.
Respectfully renominate Councilor Parkin.
I'm running against myself.
And Councilor Parkin has graciously accepted. Is there any other councilor who wishes to be on the hiring panel for the CRO? Okay, so then now I'm going to entertain a motion to amend the resolutions with the names so given. Is there a mover and seconder? Vice President Garrett's moves. Can I get a seconder? President Lindstrom Humphreys. Now, is there any further discussion on amending the resolutions to contain the names given? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Are there any opposed? Any abstentions?
Noted.
Deputy Speaker Small would like his abstention noted. And the motion passes. So now we're back on the main motion as amended. Be it resolved that members Jason Small, Alexander Ayer, Victoria Rodney, and Stephanie Jung be elected to the Elections and Referenda Committee, ERC. Be it further resolved that Councillor Colin Parkin be elected to serve on the Chief Returning Officer hiring panel. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, folks. Congratulations to all the winners of this election. Bylaws, Article 4 Amendment. The motion below constitutes Council's approval of the bylaw amendment in Appendix C in accordance with Article 14(1)(b). This amendment will go into effect once approved by a majority vote of Council and a 2/3 vote of the Board of Directors and will be subject to ratification at the next general meeting. Whereas the Student Choice Initiative Policy Directive of the provincial government requires the bylaws to be amended to allow for the distribution of the Federation of Students' fee into buckets, and that fees must be made optional, voluntary, refundable, or compulsory based on definitions set out in the policy directive as agreed to by the University and the Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association. Be resolved that Council accept the recommended proposal to amend Article 4 dues as presented in Appendix C. Be it further resolved that Council permits editorial amendments to be made to the proposed bylaw amendments by the Board of Directors as may be required. And be it further resolved that Council recommend the bylaw to the Board of Directors for approval. Submitted by Seneca Valley. Can I take it as a mover? And can I get a seconder for that? Councilor Parkin. Thank you. Vice President Vellon, would you like to motivate?
Sure. So we have an agreement with the University of Waterloo on collection and remittance of our fee to us, and also for the societies to us to be then re-remitted to the societies and other undergraduate student groups that have a levy. The current bylaws say that the entire fee is compulsory. So right now we are not in compliance with our bylaws because we have to comply with the government's directive. So the two are at a head. Because of that, we have an agreement. The agreement and fees protocol, that is by virtue of that part of the agreement, will govern what is compulsory and what is voluntary. But then from a structural standpoint, Council controls the disbursement of member dues. So the board ruled that the decisions had to be made by Council, and so the proposed bylaw amendment would be allowing us to codify in policy that if Council were in policy or procedure or whatnot to say that a portion of the fee is optional or voluntary or whatever, then that would be the structure for that fee. And so that we can build it that way, and would allow us to break down the Federation of Students fee, as it's called in our bylaws, into buckets like the events fee, the club fee, which we've already done. And so this doesn't affect any current operations, it just stops making us not be in compliance with our bylaws. Because right now we are forced to choose between, do we accept any money from the university under these terms, or do we comply with our bylaws? And right now we said accept the money under these terms. And that requires us to be in non-compliance, and so I'm trying to reconcile that the best way possible while upholding the standing orders of council and the board as to how those decisions will be made. That's about it. It's a simple
Okay, Vice President Bell.
2-sentence change.
Would you like to speak to this, Councilor Parkin? Okay. Is there any discussion on the item? You can see the amendment before you, adding the words in red. Seeing no discussion, we're going to move to a vote on this. Is there any opposition? Any abstention? Okay, motion carries unanimously. And we move on to item 6.3, dissolution of the Volunteer Center. See Appendix D for supporting documentation. Whereas usage of the Volunteer Center has declined and coordinator hiring has become difficult, whereas the Volunteer Center has not been able to deliver service in the way originally envisioned when the service was founded, and whereas many of the functions of the Volunteer Center are being duplicated by the upcoming upgrades to the capability of Leeds and the existing capacity of the Kitchener-Waterloo Volunteer Action Center. Be it resolved that the Students' Council approves the wind down and dissolution of the Volunteer Center as a Waterloo Undergraduate Student Association service and authorizes the Vice President of Student Life to, at her discretion, direct the wind down during the fall 2019 term. Be it further resolved that the Vice President of Student Life will report back to the Students' Council when the wind down has been completed. Submitted by Amanda Fitzpatrick, and Tigger's the mover. And can I get a second for the item? Vice President Garretts, would you like to motivate?
Sure. Pretty much when the Volunteer Center was first created, we had a lot bigger goals for it. There was originally the idea to have an official office where students can come in and actually explore different volunteer opportunities. But after its creation, it was pretty much partnered with an off-campus group called the Volunteer Action Center, and that still exists, and they're the ones that created the Volunteer Center website. So all that happens right now is we pay them money to use their website, and then we just have a coordinator sit in a room and update the website, which is the exact same thing that we have for Leeds. We get pretty much no usage of the service. Maybe 3 people click on the website a term. That doesn't even mean that they're actually even going to do any of the volunteer opportunities, so it's pretty much not being used, and it's just a duplication of other services that we already have. So I think it would be better to just dissolve the service and then use that money elsewhere, especially in the Year of Student Choice Initiative, when we are low on money and where we have had to cut our budgets. If we can have this money used elsewhere, I think that benefits way more students.
Thank you. Seconder, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Vice President Bellamy?
Yeah, just for reference for counselors, the service, I was already asked to stop the budget for the service as of September 1st, so the service has been operating without, I think, their website.
We don't even have a coordinator this term.
So there's been no hiring, and they're not being budgeted for except for a marketing budget, which would be redistributed accordingly if needed.
Thank you, Vice President Bellamy. Any further commentary? Discussions? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to move to a vote. And I hear all those opposed to the item as presented. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Look forward to hearing back. 6.4, International News Coffee Advertisement. This is a discussion item brought forward by Councillor Tan. Insensitivity of an advertisement for Waterloo Coffee brand sold through International News, posted in the SLC. We'll pull up Appendix E for a photo of the poster now.
Right, so this advertisement was in a few places in the SLC, including Vendor Alley and in some of the bathrooms. And it was brought up to me by some constituents that it's just not a very nice ad. It basically implies that if you don't drink iNews' coffee, you're going to fail. So I think that there's better ways that we can market our new coffee brand. And I did bring this up to Seneca, and I believe that he has already actioned it, and these ads are no longer up or in the process of coming down to the SLC.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Vice President Belling?
Sure. Sorry, just taking some notes on what people find to be troublesome about it. I would like that discussion to continue after I provide this input, just from it's good takeaway for marketing as a learning experience. So it was for the previous coffee brand, which has been discontinued. We're no longer with Auden Coffee. We're now with Van Hoot, and it's a lot better. It's also fresh ground. If you haven't gone to iNews and tried the new coffee, definitely do. It's not just trying to plug it, it's actually pretty good. It no longer tastes like hard water, with some coffee flavoring. As for the poster itself, because of that, we were already in the midst of taking another poster, so I just had that process expedited. If they're not down yet, they will be soon, and I'll make sure that I'll try to make sure they're all taken down at the end of the week. We'll be rolling out new posters for the new coffee program, so your input and on why this is a failure and what you'd like to see instead would be really useful, so I can pass that along to my committee.
Okay, opening the floor for discussion on the problematicness of this poster for Seneca's information. Yes, I will recognize the member Nurba.
Question about the new coffee, is it ethically sourced?
Yes. In fact, we've just been certified at the university across for fair trade coffee, ethically sourced coffee. And there will be an exposition for that on the 19th of September at the Art Squad, and if it rains in the STC atrium for a Fair Trade Day launch, because the university got certified as of July 30th, July 20th, that time frame.
Thank you. Vice President Garretts.
I'd just like to thank, I think it was Councillor Town who brought this to Seneca's attention, and I think it's always great to have councillors just having their eyes out for things that we could be doing better and making sure that they bring it to us. Like, we want to be able to do things like this that improve the service and really take no effort or little effort to help on our part.
Councillor Parkin.
I guess just kind of as a point, it kind of feels like it's punching down on students who aren't doing amazing in class. Also a question, did we really name our coffee brand what? The coffee brand?
I think it's more emphasizing the fact that it is a locally sourced coffee brand.
Oh, okay.
Not just students who don't do as well in class, but also students who are currently tired. Which is all of them, but. Any further discussion? Councillor Parkin?
It's the Federation's student there? Yeah.
It's inside the Waterloo Coffee brand logo. We've got our eye out for things that.
Okay.
Also, the new updated logo, there's actually a sticker, I'm pretty sure, that they went through and just put on new stickers and all the old logos. I don't think we actually printed new ones, I can be wrong.
Okay, Councillor Town?
You are correct. The Believe USA sticker is a sticker on top of the existing poster, which was another point that my constituent mentioned, that someone looked at this, slapped the sticker on it, like, yep, that's good for the new brand.
I think the stickers are a temporary measure until we can allocate actual resources to redesigning everything. And we have had a staff member who's been on the lookout for things across campus that are still branded as Feds or Federation of Students. And for instance, he came up to my office, just outside my office, there was a door that had the old Feds logo on it, and he scraped it off while I was working. So I'll take, is that a direct response?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Chan and President Alter, and then I will recognize Member Nurbai.
Is that staff member going to scrape the logo off of your hard hat?
No. If that staff member tried, we would just find out something. I'm not sure what. President Mapuche.
Oh, just I think I want to answer my question.
Perfect, thank you. Member Nurbai.
Just a question about packages moving on. I noticed that just today, the sign for bomb shelter is still on the outdoor sign for SLC.
There's construction signs.
On the road. So is that going to be taken down soon? Or?
So it will be. We're actually replacing that big sign in front of the SLC has been an ongoing priority. Technically, it doesn't sit on SLC grounds, so it's not within my management jurisdiction. I can't just go and change it. That's technically the, parking services and grounds and transportation owns that. And so I have to get permission to have that changed, and they don't want to do it until there's the whole SLC package has been, they can fix the whole thing. They think it's a waste of time and energy otherwise, which I tried to explain as misleading to have a sign out there for Bomber, but I didn't win that argument. That being said, we are conscious of their signage too on the ones that currently the construction signage, the temporary vinyl, that we're replacing with updated ones that don't include the Bomber.
It still says fans on it. So
Yes, it does.
We're working on stuff.
It also still has turnkey as a separate entity and stuff like that. It's like 30 years out of date.
Council can choose to fund a can of spray paint for Vice President Belling and not tell him what to do with it. Councilor Town, you had a point, and then I'll take Deputy Speaker Small.
Oh,
Okay, Deputy Speaker Small.
Yeah, the one thing that kind of bugged me about this ad was actually like the whole suggestion to me of profs like prejudging students based on like them appearing tired and stuff. Like I think, like I'm sure that happens. That's not the image that our student union should be portraying.
This is true. I've been attentive in most every class I've taken, and I've almost never gotten an ME2. Councilor Parkin?
Is there some way to report fed screening so we can assist your staff members breaking it off?
Yes, you can bring it to Seneca's attention. I think is the best way to do it.
Sure.
Just email
Shoot
us.
me an email. What do people want to see in a successful coffee brand ad so that we don't recreate the same brand?
First, I'll take Member Nearby, then I'll take Councilor Town and Vice President Fitzpatrick.
I think mentioning where it comes from is a good start. People, especially university students nowadays, are more inclined to want to know where their stuff's coming from than, say, a while back when there was a carry of an epic resource stuff or anything like that. So I think that's a good start.
Yeah, we are rolling out, putting up fair trade signage there too, so that's a really good point. We'll take it. Thank you.
I'll add each of the speakers list, and then we'll take Councilor Chan.
I think it was a neat thing that you mentioned to me is that we're the only place on campus that has like a water filtration software system, which I think is neat. Personally, like the hardness of the water in Waterloo is one of my least favorite things about the city, so I'd love to know that about 90s coffee.
Vice President Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, I think especially for advertising things that are caffeinated, especially on campus, I think it would be a really good time to move away from the whole competitive nature that we generally have on campus, and a lot of that is based in pulling all-nighters and using a lot of caffeine, whether that's through Red Bull or coffee or other means. So if we can advertise coffee, like especially in winter or fall, we went like, it's the drink that keeps you warm, instead of, or it tastes nice, talking about the other aspects instead of just that it can make you stay up late to work longer. So I think there are other great aspects to coffee, and it's not always just for the caffeine. So I think if we can kind of move away from the way that we kind of frame academics as being a really competitive thing, that you need to just not sleep and just drink coffee.
It's so good you'll want to drink it. Councilor Roxas?
Yeah, speaking to that, I think it's better to focus on what coffee can like make you like feel instead of like it can do for your like academics or like just like the whole caffeine part of it. Yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings?
Yeah.
Okay. I will recognize Member John.
Yes, so I don't know if it's good to say this right now in a discussion like this, but I actually did have a few friends tell me that they enjoyed that poster because it had humor in it. So if we want to turn that humor into another humor that's not so degrading, that would be a good change.
Thank you. I'll cap at one further comment. Nothing? You guys have wasted your one comment. I'll never give it to you again. Councilor Town and Vice President Belling, do you think that this discussion has adequately concluded?
Yeah, I think I've got enough to take away. I'll discuss with marketing and see what we can do.
Thank you. That was done. And now we move on to the representative reports. To be delivered orally, does Applied Health Sciences have a report? Does Arts Caucus have a report? Does Engineering have a report? I know I can count on you. Deputy Speaker Small, you have the floor.
So first of all, in my personal separate role as engineering undergraduate senator, I'd just like to report that Senate is having its monthly meeting tomorrow. I think the most major item on its agenda is a preliminary discussion on the university's new strategic plan. Senators have been provided with a draft now, and that will be discussed. If you want to see more details, I'd highly suggest you look at my meeting notes, which are bit.ly/UW Senate. I've already put several items about the agenda, like that, and a few other items that I consider some level of relevance. So yeah, highly recommend looking at, and I will be updating those notes during or soon after the meeting tomorrow with what actually happens. So that I'd say, so that's a key update with regards to Senate. And then as a caucus, myself, Megan, and Edward are trying to work out an arrangement for office hours this term. Hopefully within the next few days we'll have some time set for that.
Councilor Chan.
I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce Delaney. This is her first meeting.
No, it isn't.
No, excuse me, my sentence is not done. The first meeting in person, where she has been able to attend. So Delaney, also known as President Lindstrom Humphreys.
It's a long one, I'm sorry, gang.
Thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you to all the new faces. We also have Samuel Wallace and Mohammed El Rayani here, and Michelle Gisbert, of course.
Oh, you forgot me.
Not really new, you were here last time. You were a counselor from the beginning, though. Okay, fine. Hi, Mackenzie Lau and hi, Colin Parker. Environment Caucus, a report?
I don't typically report here, but I'm Michelle. This is my first meeting. Thanks for having me. I just jumped into my position, but one thing that environment is working on is the creation of a new mental health and wellness position on our council.
Thank you. If you're interested in what is usually included in a report, I find that engineering has it done pretty well.
I will clarify, when we do a written report, we have it done pretty well.
You and math both, when you have a written report. Mathematics Caucus.
Hi guys, I'm Rajat. This is my first meeting in person. Michael didn't see that. Just kidding. But yeah, so nothing to report.
Thank you. Science Caucus.
My name's Sebastian. It's also my first meeting in person. We've updated our office hours already, and we already set out the schedule for when each of us have our office hours. And we're looking to kind of strengthen our social media presence as well as to push out and advertise our office hours.
Hi everyone, my name is Mahmoud Rayani. Feel free to call me Mo anytime. This term I'm representing SISO. Just to say, we finished hiring all of our coordinators. We've also, all of our department have also finished elections for the executive center. We're currently working on our budgets and opening our science CD by the 18th. And we also have our showcase coming up on the upcoming Tuesday about 5:30. Feel free to join us at any time. And one last thing. Yes, we're looking to also hold our first board of directors meeting for sometime this week. We just have a survey going up to all the presidents of the board.
For your board of directors meeting, I'm sure that both Seneca and I would like the opportunity to speak there, just to introduce ourselves and talk about what we can do for the board.
And you guys can please send you
Response.
Yep, Deputy Speaker Small.
Yeah, I just want to actually comment, joining into the welcome train of people attending first time. I would like to thank Sebastian for having called in from Kuala Lumpur during the spring term, despite the 12-hour time difference.
And personally, it's good to know that science counselors exist past Nick's. Cambridge, Kitchener, Stratford, St. Jerome's.
Hi, so this is also my first meeting, and I wasn't really sure what we usually report on either. So as you guys were talking, I've been writing notes furiously. So we had our meeting yesterday, and some of the things that we're working on right now is our office hours, which will be confirmed soon. And we're also hiring 2 new positions to our union, so there will be probably a new face with me appearing at our next our student affairs liaison. They kind of like connect union to a bunch of different groups. And we also have a bunch of projects that are kind of ongoing with main campus that we're trying to reach out to mental health initiatives, the legal team to work on proposing the issues that are kind of what we're talking about today. And then just a bunch of little things. That's what we've got going on.
Thank you, Officer Wallace. Renison, no one here?
I can speak to the AAS office. We moved the microwave from one end of the lounge to the other end of the lounge.
Is this true?
I have not been involved with Awesome since last year, and I do not want to be, so I have no idea.
Tea shall
We're
not be
going to pretend like
no,
that never happened. And
tea shall not be spilled in the council meeting.
Yes, this shall not be noted.
We'll move on to speaker or officers of council reports. For speaker, I actually do have kind of something that arose out of this week that I forgot to update on when I was giving my president report. So here, earlier this week, or last week depending on how you want to look at it, the ERO for the upcoming by-election was hired. Her name is Angela Balasubramanian. And just to give you guys a little blurb, she is a candidate for Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology co-op with a minor in ergonomics and injury prevention. She focuses on legal studies, and she was previously the ERO for the 2018 fall referendum. Can I see a motion to ratify this appointment?
Not needed. Not needed. New procedures.
Oh yeah, we just did approve those. Nice, perfect. So just to inform you that the ERO has been hired. I have it written down. It's a bit big. Angela Balasubramanian.
That was my supervisor at JPL.
She was your supervisor?
Dr. Professor Balasubramanian.
And she came back to University of Waterloo. We're blessed. Jason, since you were anticipating doing this, do you have anything else to update on?
Yes, I have. I actually have, first of all, a motion. Since we have new designates, it is procedurally required, as soon as I make this for you, procedurally required that we ratify those designates. So be it resolved that Council ratifies Mohammed El Rayani as a designate for the Science Society and Sami Lawless as designate for the St. Jerome's University Student Union.
Okay. Moved by Deputy Speaker Small and seconded by Vice President Belling. Is there any discussion on these? Do we also have to ratify Michelle?
No, because she is the actual president of ESS.
Sorry.
Mohammed and
no, sorry, Sami Lawless. Do you get stopped at airports a lot? Do you get stopped at airports a lot?
I've never actually been on an airplane before, so no.
It's so cool.
I thought that would be the opposite of cool, but thank you.
Okay, Seneca. Seeing no discussion, we will move to a vote. Is there any opposition to ratifying these members as designates? Any abstention? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Here's the official welcome to council. You guys are ratified as designates.
I have more to say in my report.
Okay, back to Jason.
So I'm now going to, as also required by procedure, I'm going to report on the subject of attendance. At this moment in time, there are 2 members of council who are eligible to removal due to having had 2 unexcused absences. Those members are Caitlin Angela McCornisky, as well as Rana Saleh. They have both received warning messages alerting them that this vote could happen. So I will leave it up to if there are any councilors that wish to move for such removal vote to occur.
Do we have Angela and Rana on the phone?
Well, let me check. Actually, Rana, Angela is on the call. Rana is not.
Angela, if you'd like, I'm giving you the opportunity to speak right now.
gonna double check.
Angela, if you are trying to speak, your mic is muted.
Okay. Okay. So I would like to ask the council what they want to do with that information. Vice President Bellin?
I would discourage council from holding a removal vote at this time, only because we don't have time to open up the by-elections we've already planned, and the marketing department definitely does not have the resources to do it. Once the next by-election finishes, we can't run two by-elections not concurrently, so we'd have to wait for that to close anyhow, and then the general election period's open, which means we can't run a by-election. So the role, if those parties were removed, could then be filled by the societies to hold the vacancy on a pro tem basis until the end of the governing year, which would provide a less costly and less administratively burdensome manner to go through this. But ultimately, it's up to council if they wish to do it. We can figure out how to make it work. I would just be rather sad.
Who wants to make Seneca sad? Wait, I shouldn't ask it that way. Does anyone want to submit a motion to anything right now? Okay. In that case, I'm going to move on to the update from the secretary, Benjamin Easton. Thanks for visiting. How's it going?
Good evening, guys. I'm Ben. I'm on the board of directors this year. I am, I guess, responsible for the minutes for council, and I was on co-op last term in Toronto, and I'm here at your service.
That's very regretfully said. I might add. The board is looking into establishing a permanent corporate secretary. That's not something that's going to be done on a short-term basis, but it is something that's being looked into, so that just right now it's not easy for someone to do, as I'm sure Ben can identify, and I can confirm from last year.
Yeah, any questions?
Thank you, Ben. With that, we go to standing committees, commissioners, or services reports. Are there any committees, commissioners, or services that would like to update that have not yet had a chance to do so? I know many of the committees are in the executive reports. Vice President Garretts?
While I am not a commissioner, I just wanted to give a shout out to one of my current commissioners, my inventors, who of her own volition and not on paid time wrote 600 cards to on-campus staff and faculty during the spring term, especially because she recognized that there are a lot more sessional instructors during the spring who might not get recognition through the teaching awards process that runs in the fall and the winter. And I was just very appreciative of my heart melted, and I thought you should all know about it too.
Deputy Speaker Small.
Sorry, can you clarify cards, like just to?
Thank you.
It were just like thank you cards, not personalized, and then just went around the campus with a number of other volunteers, handing them out to anybody who was in their office that they could find.
That's really neat.
It's really nice.
Yep. Any other committees, commissioners, or services? Commissioners? Nope. Okay. Seeing and hearing none, we're going to move back to where we were at the end of the meeting. Is there any new business that anyone would like to raise at this point? Megan, please.
Jason, could you pull
Yep,
up the
it's up there.
So this is just arising from the beginning of the meeting, and that was a really long time ago. This ambiguity about casual vacancies in the deputy speaker. So this came from John, but he had to leave. So I'd like to move to refer that bit of procedures to investigate.
Yep. Can you also send that to the chat, Teams chat, Jason?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm guessing that that's you moving this, Megan, and can I get a seconder for the item? I saw Vice President Fitzpatrick first, so moved by Councilor Chan, seconded by Vice President Fitzpatrick. And I'm guessing that this means that you also want a solution provided from TBC?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak to this, Amanda? Okay. Any other, Vice President Bell?
Not moving an amendment, don't want to waste time with procedural stuff, but I would like the PBC dedicate some thought to streamlining the selection process for the speaker a little bit. I think the way EdSoc does it is really solid, and we should consider something similar. Because ultimately, the will of council should be expressed to the president, and so I would see it as much more suitable that the highest council office be the deputy speaker, and that the president go through the process of determining a speaker that's ratified by council during the selection process, get someone in the role who's willing to do it and going to be able to do it from here. That wouldn't take the vote away from the council, which was one of the reasons when Katie ran in May was really attractive, was because nobody would have to lose their vote to fill that role. So I would like some time in the committee thinking about how you solve that. I think EdSoc's got a pretty down pat right now. So.
Can we make a note of that for our next meeting, Jason?
So you want just to do this?
Well, yeah, for all the consideration that Seneca asked for. Just try to, so I don't forget.
Seneca, please type me a message of what you just said.
It's consider alternate models for the selection of speaker.
Okay, fine.
Especially EdSoc. Yes, President Lindstrom Humphreys.
If anyone wants more information on how to do that, I'd be more information for professors, but if we ended up having our president as speaker as we do now, that would be the only downside to really do it, is that can't happen, because the president has the final say of who the speaker actually is. That it goes because of that.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, President Malhotra.
I do have a question for Seneca. President Malhotra.
Go ahead.
Regarding the counselor that we're trying to move in the show, that you were saying that it goes into consideration with the society.
Yeah, so if there's a vacancy, they can be temporarily filled by the societies. It's called a designated pro temp, and they fill the vacancy until such time as a by-election or a general election determines someone else. So if the general election process has started, then it goes until the end of the governing year. So let's say you removed a math counselor at the October meeting. Was the October meeting before or after the general meeting?
Before.
I don't think there'd be enough time to run a by-election. So feasibly, if you removed them at the October meeting, MathSoc would be asked to appoint as a designate to fill the role, basically so that math students' voting capacity on council is not diminished just because of a vacancy. So right now, for instance, there's 2 vacancies, 1 vacancy in engineering.
One in engineering and just others.
Effectively, the faculty's proportional representation here is being undervalued relative to the decision making, and so it's an offset mechanism for that to let the society fill it on a temporary basis.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those opposed to this motion? Any abstentions?
Noted.
Deputy Speaker Small would like his abstention noted, and would you like yours noted as well? 3 abstentions total. And the motion carries. Is there any other new business that somebody would like to raise at this time? Okay. We move on to announcements. Our next regular meeting of council is scheduled for October 6th, starting at 12:30 p.m. in the SLC multipurpose room. It's SLC 1002 or something. And the rest of the meetings for the fall term have also been scheduled. You should be aware of those. They were approved at the last council meeting.
And those meetings will also be in the SLC multipurpose room unless our booking gets shafted again.
Therefore, adjournment. Be resolved that the chair adjourns the meeting. What? Oh, I thought you were like stretching.
No.
You should stop raising your hand to look like you're stretching. Okay, Vice President Bellin.
Two very quick announcements. Bomber report, please expected by probably midnight of the end of September at the last possible second. No, I will try to get it as quickly as I can. My staff are currently working on it. There have been a lot of competing priorities with tap verification and opt-ins and trying to get that arranged with societies. And I also realized I'm currently booked for this evening of the 17th to do something for EdgeSoc and SciSoc at the same time, so I gotta figure that out. But we will get it to you. And the budget you hopefully can expect by October 6th. The committee, I basically booked out 2 of the boardrooms for every day for like 2 weeks for the committee to just sit in there and work on the report as needed. So it's in progress.
It's made it hard for me to book committee meetings.
Yeah.
Okay, any more announcements? Vice President Garretts.
I kind of have a question arising from that announcement. Seneca, would you benefit from like putting that deadline closer to when the council meeting is? And would the rest of council be in favor of that? I'd like to have your answer first because I know that with you also have the budget report on your plate and the actual budgeting process, which is also coming down the pipe.
Depends when the call for agenda items is. The meeting's October 6th, I believe, right? Which means the call for agenda items is feasibly actually earlier. The due date for the agenda items is actually earlier than the end of September, so it's effectively giving me permission to have a late agenda item already. So it's not like it makes too much of a difference, unless you're meaning like send it out right before the council meeting. That being said, I'm not going to ask for that. If someone else, if the council is willing to consider it and do it themselves, they can certainly do so. I'm not going to state an opinion on it because I told council I would not ask to move the date again. So.
And just for people's reference, the 30th would be the Monday before our meeting on the Sunday. So that would be how long you have it under the current structure. Pushing it any further would obviously be later in that week, just so you guys have a reference frame in terms of the days of the week.
I also think it does a disservice though to counselors to give them not enough time to read something that's flushed out business concept. Like I know it adds pressure on me and my staff. I'm trying to balance that with making sure you guys are well informed enough to make an educated decision. So.
Thank you, Vice Presidents. Any further announcements? No. You don't get to make announcements, sorry.
I have a question.
What's your question?
When was the thing on the 19th? What time was it again? In the art squad, what time?
Starts at
11:30? Okay.
There's actually a Facebook post for it and an Eventbrite ticket up.
All right, seeing no more announcements, we have exhausted business and I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Meeting adjourns at 5:22 p.m. Thank you all for staying with us for so long. This is also a lot shorter than I anticipated it would be. I thought we might actually go to midnight. You haven't lived.
I actually meant to put a wheel, but I forgot. But if I did, it actually would have been about
Nice. Good job.
I worked my way through like 70% of the 40. That's so
Actually,
Thank you.
no, I'm not. Which is somewhere.
You can just put it anywhere because they're all going to be stacked up anyways.
I don't get paid enough for this.
How are you doing?
There is evaluation happening for HS and then it's opening on for counselor positions, not for the yeah, the remarks will start at 11. So I'm going to be there for 11:50, and then the remarks will finish at 11:30.
There's a barbecue for the rest of it.
Yeah, the barbecue starts, I think, at like noon or 1.
You'll be sending out an email for that, right, Michael?
No, it's on Eventbrite. There are events for it.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you guys.
Housing. More salad.
I'm search up where it's my main goal. It's a shame because I know you did a lot of work and then something blows up this year. It looks like we should have done nothing. I get how it goes. I don't know. I can't believe it's forward this like
Down it. I feel like, okay, let's go. This is, we'll be setting this that we want to go with that. I like that better than submitting.
You want to have a good opportunity here.
I'm gonna put maybe notes that talk about it being confidential. Some notes that people are involved. No, it's not really like widely available.
Engineering faculty.
Yeah. It's not really rock stuff. It is. They like rocks in their first term. So did the
Does
Jones.
anyone need a ride home?
That would then indicate that they are both true. Not gifted on the oath.
Like, doesn't really matter.
Did you leave your, that's me.
I thought we were gonna be here. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine.
If people can help move these tables up the wall back into their places, that would be appreciated.
Actually, it was good, but sometimes it's twice now.
Oh, Michael, maybe how do you know? Every single former officer reported favorably on